Nungunjin Ash, that was beautiful. I'm just going to start with some language. Baladuna Wangat Naranik Samantha, Wurundjeri Willamik, Wurundjeri Balakut, Ba Jajaurong, Banura Iramrong, Ba Irish, Mandanai Murup Galada Bidadang, Mandanai Liwik Bullock, Nungolik, Ba Elders, Ba Community, Ba Bupup, Ba Burais. Mandanai Willumbik, Mandanai Kirapik. So in my language, Wurrung language, the language of my people, the Wurundjeri people, I introduce myself. My name is Samantha, and I'm a proud Wurundjeri, Jajaurong and Nurai Iram Wurrung woman, and I also have ties to my Irish descent from my grandfather's side. It's my honour to be here today to conduct the Welcome to Country for Our Country, Our Way National Symposium. And it is my honour to welcome you to country. To welcome you all is a responsibility I don't take lightly. I have been given permission to stand here today by my elders and to share a little of my own story. Firstly, I acknowledge the Birrarung, the Yarra River, which is our spirit river, and it flows nearby through Naarm, Melbourne, and right up through Victoria. I acknowledge my Liwik, my ancestors. I acknowledge and pay respect to my elders, my community, to the children and the babies, so the Bupups and the Burais, who are our future leaders and our elders of tomorrow. I acknowledge the Willumbik, our home country. So Bik obviously is a big reason why we're all gathered here today, so I want you to remember that. Bik in our language means country. A place we all connect to and have responsibility to care for. And the Kirrup, which means friends, who walk with us and share in our ways of caring for country, who help us in our ways of knowing. I'd also like to acknowledge and pay my deepest respect to all owners and custodians of country, particularly those here today. This event is centred around country and our knowing. It's not easy to grasp these ways, as we've all been so conditioned in the way we live our lives, the way the very things we access to survive in modern times is directly affecting the health of our country. We need to find better ways to sustainably care for country, like my ancestors who lived in balance with country for thousands of generations. We feel our connection to country. We see the waterways, the forests, the soil, the air, the animals as part of everything. We may not think our individual choices have a major effect on country or climate, but we must do better in understanding how our daily lives contribute to this. Our traditional ways of knowing are vital. Our connection and respect for country is the way we can all move forward together as a community. Connection to country is one thing that we all share. I say this a lot in any public speaking that I do. It's our narrative and it's our identity. It tells us who we are, where we come from, and where we belong. And for me, my identity comes from my family, who descend from Corranderk, right here in Healesville. So if you haven't heard of Corranderk, I strongly encourage you to look it up and and find out a lot more about it and its significance. It was once a place that became home to many displaced Aboriginal people from across country. My grandmother, Martha Terrick Nicholson, was born under a tree at Corranderk and delivered by her grandmother, Granny Jessie Jemima. My grandmother was an amazing woman. She had 16 children. Like, that's insane, right? In this day and age, imagine having 16 children. And my mother was one of those 16 children. She was born in Healesville at a time when our people were not considered human. We were managed under the Department of Environment and Wildlife. My mother was 21 years old when the 1967 referendum took place, when our people were counted in the census and the policies that followed saw us gain access to simple things that we take for granted today, like education, housing, and healthcare. It's taken time for our people to catch up to the rest of society. And there's still a lot of work to be done, but a lot of progress has been made thanks to the matriarchs, among many others that I just spoke about. So because of them, I can proudly share our stories, our culture, and our language that we weren't able to practice for a really long time. And now those practices are being revived, and I'm able to share that with you today. As a mother now of 3 daughters, I understand the importance of passing on our values of country and our laws from our Creator Bunjil, and pass them on to the next generation through all the work that I do, and especially through the cultural support network that I connect to, and I found my connection is the Jiri Jiri, Wurundjeri Women's Dance Group. We're not just a dance group, although that's a lot about what we do, but we are a cultural network who are educating, mentoring and sharing. And so finally, I just want to encourage you all to listen deeply today with your ears and your hearts to all the amazing knowledge holders and speakers that are sharing their truth and their stories. May you leave feeling awe for the beautiful country you walk on, and with a sense of personal connection and a desire to reflect and create meaningful change in the work that you do. Womanjika Wurundjeri Balak Yemen Kondibik. Welcome to Wurundjeri country. May you care for it and see it through our eyes. Nungojin.
Thank you, Sam, for that beautiful welcome. And I think you've just made your ancestors and your elders very, very proud. So well done. Womanjeka, my name's Lee Jones and I'm your MC for today. My claim to fame is that I am the chair of the Indigenous Advisory Committee for the Shire of Yarra Ranges. So I'd like to welcome you all to the National Symposium from the Yarra Ranges Council, Our Country, Our Way. And we've had such a beautiful introduction from Ash, who's a magnificent artist in so many special ways. And I'm in awe of your talents. And I have a special connection with you now because I know that your music has played at my mum's recent funeral. And so I thank you, Ash, for the permission to do that, but also for sharing your beautiful artistry with everybody that's here today. It's a great honour for us to have you here. Sam, your welcome was beautiful. As I said, your ancestors would be so proud of you, just like we are. So thank you so much for that. So I'd like to start our day by introducing our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Dave Eastham, and I haven't yet introduced myself to him today, so where are you? Oh, there you are, thank you. If you'd please, I have introduced myself, my apologies. So, as you can tell, with me as an MC, there'll be nothing formal about my MCing today, so please feel relaxed, but please come up and make yourself known to everybody. Please help me in welcoming Councillor Dave Eastham.
I've gone from being forgettable to a doctor in about 10 seconds. It's amazing. Sam, what an incredible welcome. That had everything. There was, I was sort of thinking it's like when you're at a wedding and you hear a speech and there's laughter, there's tears, the stories you haven't heard before, and that was truly emotional. So thank you very much. I would also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians, the Wurundjeri, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And I'm a big believer that when it comes to acknowledgements that they should be heartfelt and from the heart. And I've probably never felt more passion or consciousness than my acknowledgement today. So I'll take a couple of minutes and tell you what it means to me when I acknowledge traditional custodians, and also a little bit about custodianship for me. I'm very fortunate to have been born and raised out here on Wurundjeri country, and a number of years ago my wife and we bought a beautiful bit of bush a few kilometres away in Seville. It's the last big bush block surrounded by farms in that area, and it's only a few kilometres from the helmeted honeyeater. So if you have a look on Google Maps, you'll see this acreage. It's all bush and overgrown and everything like that, and surrounding that is farmland. One day, very early on, I was standing there, we're on a bit of a sloping hill, and I saw a wedge-tailed eagle flying in and out of the bush. And it was carrying twigs and leaves and branches, and lo and behold, it was building a nest right in the centre of our property. And I then spent a lot of time, I do a lot of wildlife photography, and I spent a lot of time watching the circle of life with that nest. From the young little white fluff balls, the young eagles hatching, the parents guarding the chicks. And then when I was sitting there watching all this, I started noticing all the other animals and interactions that were going on, from the antechinus to the echidnas to the wombats and so on. And I started spending day and night just sitting there in the bush. And I'd spent a lot of time in my life growing up in various parts of Victoria, but this was different because it was the same bush, week after week, month after month, now year after year. And I got to know the wildlife, I got to know the bush in a very different way. At night I could go out and pinpoint at what trees, what times certain possums would be there, when the black cockies would come into the wattles and so on. And one day I was standing there thinking about this, and even now, just recollecting it, the hair on the back of my neck stands up because it hit me with this weird feeling right in the gut. My wife and I had bought that land, and we won't go on the conversation about buying land at the moment. It's a much longer conversation. But I realised that I needed to look after these animals. We had a whole bunch of natural springs on the property. And I had this incredible realisation that I needed to do everything I could possibly do to heal the land and provide a beautiful landscape for these animals. I felt and still feel to this day the same sense of responsibility for the land and all the animals as I do for anything else that's important to me. And I think that what I feel is a snippet of what it means to be a custodian. And I think about that when I do an acknowledgement, and acknowledge those that have cared for country for thousands of years before me, and the connection to country that they have. I'd now like to acknowledge those that are here today, MC, Arnie Lee Jones. Lovely to meet you and lovely for the promotion to Doctor. I'll definitely take that. And all of our guest speakers, some of whom have travelled from right across the country for today. When I was thinking about today and the fact that I was doing one of the opening speeches, we'll call it a speech, I went back and forth between having a bit of writer's block and then thousands of things I wanted to say. On one hand, I wanted to rattle off all the things that Council was doing, but this is a national symposium. It's not just about Yarra Rangers. Then I had moments of wanting to get on my soapbox and use this as an opportunity to scream from the rooftops about how much we, as individuals, the government, the silent majority out there in the community, need to listen to what's going to be discussed today. And it was at about that time that I realised that that's why Council usually give me speaking notes. Not often do I get a licence just to stand up here and talk unaided. But then I sat back and reflected on my own experiences, and I had to catch up with Gary Detez and Nelson, and I realised how fortunate I am to be here and how I've seen a lot of this work evolve over time with my career constantly having touch points regarding Indigenous ways of knowing, being and doing. So just for a couple more minutes, I'll touch on my own personal connection to today's symposium and then also representing Yarra Rangers Council, which is probably what I'm actually meant to be doing here. So I was thinking about my career and how very fortunate to have been involved early on, understanding the importance of connection to country and the impact that emergencies have on culturally significant sites. My first ever policy piece, and yes, I was sitting in good old Spring Street in Melbourne. I was fresh out of university and they asked me to write a report with recommendations on Indigenous engagement in biosecurity emergency management. That was 15 years ago. At the time, I thought it was a great piece of work, but looking back now, I realise that we've come so far since then, which I'm very grateful for. Because when I wrote that report with 19 odd recommendations, we were doing some things right, but there were gaps. Not intentionally, but there were gaps. And it just wasn't as good as where we are now and where we'll be in the future. And if there's one thing I think that I've gotten better at, and I hope that government has, it's to listen. Pose some questions and listen. And of course, when we need to and the time is right, take action. Fast forward a few years and I was fortunate to take a role at Yarra Rangers Council emergency management team. So I went from being an officer into a councillor over the last decade, and I soon found out that Yarra Rangers was one of the first local governments and the first level of government to offer an apology to the stolen generations. 11 years before the national apology, and that's something I'm very proud of. Since then, Council have worked with our local community reps and achieved some great things. My first real understanding of this was when almost 15 years ago I got to work with leaders like Brett Ellis, Kate Siebert and Lisa Keedle. Those names will be names that you most likely know. And with good reason. They were instrumental, along with the work of Gary Detez and others, in driving programs such as a Fire Stick program and bringing Indigenous knowledge into our own emergency management, particularly regarding bushfire preparedness. But more than just emergency management, caring for country now features heavily as part of our council plan across all areas. In fact, as part of our 2036 vision, we open it by saying, whether you live here or visit, you will see how much we care for country. That's powerful. I stand here as Deputy Mayor representing 8 other councillors, and I can guarantee that every single one of the councillors wholeheartedly supports this work. But the accolades and acknowledgement need to go to those of you in this room that do this work all the time, ongoing. I think of the years, passion and heart that Gary Detez has put into this. And then the likes of Lisa, Sam, Corinne, Darren, Nelson. It's people like that that should be standing up here doing this open. It is their effort and passion that have led to our community being recognised nationally for the work that we're doing. And I do feel it's only appropriate that we host today's National Symposium, Our Country, Our Way. But while I love to put Yarra Rangers on a pedestal, it's important to remember that we're not alone in this. There is great work and stories of healing country all over Australia, as more and more people start to listen, and more people, the right people, are given a platform to teach and help. Indigenous knowledge, cultivated over hundreds of generations, tens of thousands of years, shines as a beacon of environmental sustainability and resilience. Through deep connection to the land, our Indigenous people have achieved a harmony with nature unmatched anywhere else. And as we grapple with the challenges of a changing climate, Indigenous ways of knowing, being and doing offer invaluable insights. We know that there is urgent need for effective relief, recovery and healing. So as mentioned, today is going to offer a national perspective with a local focus, shedding light on current issues through recent experiences, and I really hope that it maps a pathway for resilience and healing in communities and landscapes by embracing knowledge that is willingly being shared. I encourage you all to listen, reflect, learn, and use today as motivation. We've got some incredible minds in this room today and people that can drive change. What happens after today is up to you as an individual and us as a collective. So please, let's not sit idle. Country needs us more than ever. Thank you.
And you are welcome for the promotion. And if anybody else wants one during the day, come and see me, because it's just another service I offer. Before we start and I introduce our next guest, I would like to just go through some housekeeping just quickly. One of those boring things that we have to do. But everybody knows that the toilets are out in the foyer, so please, if you need to leave, please do that. But also, because of some of the guest speakers that we have today, it could actually trigger some trauma for some people. And we're very conscious of that. So we would invite you to seek out Sam, who did our beautiful welcome today. And you can go to a nice quiet place. So please do not hesitate to utilise Sam's services. It's important that we do look after ourselves. So that would be a great segue for me to introduce our next guest. And that would be the Mudgee Aboriginal Council, and in particular Eileen, Blackburn and Buzzy. I'm very honoured to have you here today, and I would like to invite you up here to do your presentation. Thank you kindly, everyone.
This is a bit different, having a light straight at me. I just come out of the bush. You had the short one, Hars. So, firstly, we're a little bit off country here today, and we're dressed to pay our respects to the country that we stand on. Basically, what I was saying coming out here, I was welcoming us to country, and saying that we're mountain, river, ocean people. We come from the Snowy River, which is our Dora, our mother, and we're just letting country know that we're passing through and we bring no harm and we'll leave with no harm.
So I'm Eileen Monta from Cane River, Far East Gippsland. David Hewitt's from at Orbost in the high country in the Snowy. And it is our custom when we cross paths with other peoples and mobs that we exchange a gift in good faith, and so that's for Sam and the Yarra Shire, and to reassure that we mean no harm, and we expect that. We want to first of all, don't forget we invite you back on our country. We exchange the invitation. We're so honoured to be here that it's overwhelmed us too, and we've got a short extract of a video that we done kind of immediately after the bushfires at Cairn and Orbost. I'll go through a list of issues that we are still hoping one day to work through and deal with. Bear with us. The video may trigger some trauma too. it's the first time I've seen it, so I'm like everyone else here. I think David's put some of it together. It goes for about 20-25 minutes, so please bear with us with that. And we prefer to have a conversation around our path for resilience, how far we still have to go. But since day one with the fires, and we've also had some floods plus COVID, just some background to Far East Gippsland, where we live at Orbost Can, we're cross-border, about 20 minutes up the road, the New Southwick border is there, you know, and that was in 1850s that came about. Prior to that, we were all different family clan groups. And when we talk about resilience and our ability to get out on country, we've got legislation. We're kind of impacted from both sides. Mainstream, like the land management agencies, they've got cross-border dialogue and they've got the infrastructure and communications and all of that, but our people don't. So we still rely on the grapevine and the fact that our families cross paths and connect, so, and we still carry out a lot of communication through the old cultural ways, yeah, through our clans. So the background to where we are is 93% of the land east of the Snowy is still agency or government managed. The water lines have got fisheries, but most of our land is managed between Deaker and Parks. So for 3 years, we've only recently participated in some cultural heritage management and, you know, with the goal to protect our sites. But it's 3 years before we even were allowed to set foot on our country. And in actual fact, some of the our own orgs had to get access agreements before we were able to go out. So that's just a backdrop to the challenges that we've got moving forward, and how our path to resilience is shaped by the dominance that's still there. But all thanks for the invitation today, and this is just this extract, part of our story, and then we might go over a list of the types of issues that we're confronting, and it really highlights the isolation where we're at, and it seems the further out from Melbourne we've gone and the further down from Sydney where we're in this little pocket, we realise coming here today, our Shire, we should have invited the Shire up here to just see the brilliant work and the good faith that exists, and we can feel that.
And that's an important point, sorry Alice, but just quickly I'll introduce myself because I'm not Dr. David either, I'm just Buzzy, but later on I'll take you up on that. So I'm David Hewitt, or everyone knows me as Buzzy across the state, and I'm a proud Gunai Tatangalang man. I'm come from Far East Gippsland, we're the furthest mob in Victoria East. And the bit that I'd like to touch on is post-fires into COVID, our Shire had only touched base with us for the first time after that in 20 years we've had our organisation going. So it took the fire and COVID before they stepped up and said we need to meet with this Aboriginal community, and our organisation had been running for 20 years. So that's how far behind we are in Far East Gippsland. So it's important for us that you take a look at this video. It was done straight after fires, and Richard Franklin done it, so I'd like to acknowledge Richard for coming out and putting his hand out and supporting us. Shall we do it? Yeah. Deadly. Want to give that?
Thanks for your patience watching that. It's, like I said, my first occasion. I haven't heard my voice for a long, long time, and I think, does it sound like me? And I can tell the difference, the trauma in our voices, and having seen that, it's just a perfect introduction to some of the issues that we're not here to say what's right and wrong. It's just our experience, how prepared we could have been had our people had the opportunity to manage our country directly. Part of that's doing our burns, but that's just a small part of it. And the contradiction in the emergency responses, suddenly the pressure that were an expectation on us as TOs to carry an enormous load, and also a load that we surprisingly felt from the wider community. Suddenly there was this strange recognition that we, from wider community, your people have been here a long time. I know your family have worked in the bush. I know this is what you're good at. And so they were looking to us to stand up and be, you know, that bit of extra strength. And so both David and I up from Cam River Norbob found ourselves in a very odd situation where it wasn't just our own families in a disastrous situation, and how we cope with the emergency and ongoing healing. We found ourselves under enormous expectation and haven't kind of come up for air. It's been 3.5, 4 years since the fires, and we've done this during COVID and the floods. And only too happy to share that the rawness of it all, even after this time. We'd heard so much about similar trauma and events in this area, so we kind of felt at home talking about this. But I'll hand over to David soon, but some of those issues that were like, we were surprised during emergency situations how everybody comes together. Like I said, the fire doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care whether you're black, white, blue, whatever. We all experience that together. And for a while, that togetherness was evident. It was really good. Probably about bit later, as of course, as the funding grants rolled out, then we started to see manoeuvring happening. We've seen land management agencies become the voice. They became our voice. And we had very little say and control, which is why we're so appreciative of being able to share that somehow the initial togetherness and goodwill fell apart. We've seen businesses, consortiums from out of town manoeuvre. And so the local Aboriginal community found it very hard with procurement opportunities and employment opportunities that didn't roll out the way we would have liked. And we tried to point out, we need to get this right. Had we had the opportunity, maybe we could have influenced the outcome of the fires, very similar to the floods and the flow of the waters and the rivers to the ocean. If we had more say and control, we can't prevent these events happening, but we can certainly mitigate and the harm that follows these events. So we feel very strongly about that. And that, you know, hopefully we'll learn from these events and take on board what we're seeing here today, which is so inspiring. The toll and the toil of being, you know, having a load. For me, I've seen this today and I'm re-energised again. So thank you for having us here. And yeah, I hope you can appreciate that I don't need to go through a hit list of issues. I'm pretty sure from the conversation and that you understand there is still a strong disconnect and discourse between our people and the land management agencies and the dominance that they exert over us, not just in emergency situations, but how we just want to get out on country. We just want to do the everyday things that we were taught. The red tape and the rigmarole we have to go through to light a fire, to get our community out there. I mean, I know myself, had to go to Canberra to get my firefighter's certificate and ticket. And that I took about a dozen other young Koori people from Eden up. They're now working in fire management agencies. So as long as there's value added with it, but I had to do that in New South. Half an hour up the road, they helped our elders do that. Down in Victoria, where I live in East Gippsland, no, I can't go out. So there's all these tricky hurdles and challenges we have. The way that the responses and grants were rolled out, probably ideal for some sectors of community, didn't suit our people. We were trying to encourage our young people to, if there's an opportunity, little small enterprise business, look, you're good at spraying, you're a good little machinery operator, our mob no timber. Like, we were looking for opportunities where we could escape. We didn't want to jump back into the funding, that dependency cycle again, but given the lack of choice, we thought we'll go with the rest of the mob and the biodiversity grants through DECA at the time, and some of the bushfire recovery through our own Indigenous bushfire statewide body. We opted to do that, but it wasn't a choice. We would have much preferred to use time, energy, resources, expertise that our mob had to give them small business opportunities, so that every year those land management agencies could use them. They will, you know, it inherently comes with where we live. Now, it's not rocket science. You would have thought that was a good path for sustaining recovery and healing country, to open those avenues so our people can get out there with it every year, all the time. Some of us are lucky we live in the bush right near the ocean, and so there aren't those impediments, but I guess quite bluntly, we weren't supported, helped or assisted to take the opportunities that existed. But next time round, we'll be ready. Our mob will be like little Jack Russell. We're going to get in there. We're going to get in there and try and get the benefits for our young people who love to come home, who would love to work on country. But if you get caught up in a 12-month funding cycle, you can't expect, like, we've all got children with the expertise and they're working, in the big cities, they're out there living their life, but would have loved to have come home and helped heal country. And would do that in another emergency. But, 12-month funding cycle. You can't expect them to come home, say, give up your life and security for 6 to 12 months and help your family and your uncle and aunties and community. So that's just from, a little bit of a snapshot of our challenges, and maybe in the future we need to think about what it is we want as a family, as a community, and then broadly, but not a government departmental instructive or directive. So, but thank you for today, and I'll hand over to David to talk.
How deadly is she, eh?
Oh.
That,
Yeah.
I won't talk too long because I did enough on the video. But and it was a little bit moving for me because I was on the fire front, and what people don't understand is the fire started in October and it finished at Christmas. So I was involved the whole time at incident control, the whole works. The frustrating bit was, as I was working with 200 people in the incident control unit that I didn't know. There wasn't one person from town but me. So that was a hard gig to do when you're talking to, and I appreciate all the expertise that come into the area, but to talk to people that were from America and all over the world that didn't know where we were on the map. So that was frustrating for me. I'm lucky enough to be have a beautiful wife that had a shop for 40 years in August that I just talked into selling. But so we're lucky enough to be, I'm an Aboriginal business person. We've been in business for 40 odd years, so I understand the economic driven future for our young people in the communities. And as agencies, I don't think anyone as agencies understand where we want to go. We don't want to be drip fed. We want to be able to stand alone and be part of the youth people sitting out there. We have the people, I know one guy in our community that has 40 qualifications and hasn't got a job. That's pretty sad. And then they give him his Fallers ticket last week and we haven't got a timber industry. So, when I grew up, we started with a butter factory, growing crops on the Snowy River, timber mills, a railway station, all these driven. We had 14 fuel stations, and we're no different than any other community, 14 fuel stations in our town. Now we have one and no industries. People have forgot about the people that get left behind. And it's happened to all our communities all over Australia. So I worry about the future of people that want to stay there. And some of these, our biggest concern at the moment is we're looking at the country now. We haven't had time to heal as blackfellas, and we haven't had time to heal the country. And now the country's ready to burn again, so we're really worried. Because what is a cultural burn? I ask you that, because we don't see it the same way as everyone else does. Where we come from, men do not burn the country. Powerful women like Aileen, Dawny, and all the other girls do that. We follow their leads, and it's time the men in the rooms listen to what some of these powerful women have to say, because we're not allowed to do it. Our kids do it with the women, and the sooner they listen, we might be able to do a little bit. But we build houses in silly places, don't we? I had an uncle say to me once, if you build a house in a swamp, sooner or later, son, you'll get a wet foot. It just happens. So thanks for that. Feel free to ask us questions later on as we mingle in. So the film was cut short, all those glitches that we had it edited because it goes for 90 minutes or something. But if anyone wants a copy of that, I'm sure we can forward it on and you can have a good look at it.
Just one comment. Are we short of time, Lee? We're running out of time, aren't we?
We don't get out of Gippsland long.
I think I've grown up in Far East Gippsland. We lived at Club Terrace, which is as remote as you can get in Gippsland. So there's nothing, no shops, no doctors, we didn't know any different. We lived in a little mill house down in the creek where Dad and his family were very fine, skilled timbermen, and Dad worked out the bush as a sleeper cutter. The industry was quite different. They would select log. It wasn't like mass logging as it evolved over the years, and my father started as a sleeper cutter from the age of 12, started to despise an industry that he loved as a boy because it had just become so commercialised and mismanaged, I guess, by the agency. So there was always a catch-22. But those little communities, the power, the resistance and the strength that they have is underestimated by government agencies who come in and say, we'll show you how to do this and do that. But, you know, we follow those people we connect with. And I think what I've seen is how strong people are and how sometimes poorly valued and that they are and underestimated. And I saw that in the fires, and I've seen it in floods and everything. And if anyone, they come and ask me, do you know about this country, or for some advice, I'll send them to the right person in that community. And sometimes they'll say for instance with the fires, there's a fellow out at Genoa, lives in the bush, doesn't speak to anybody, speaks to some of us because we go back a long way, and he's knew more than any academic, any agency, any expert that came in had to, and I sent them to him, and he saved a lot of lives. But sometimes you get that perception that you've got to have, you know, that you've got to be an academic, a scientist, and all of this stuff. And like I said in the clipping, no, you don't. We were taught, you smell the country, you smell that smoke, you'll soon know. Don't wait for a knock on the door to tell you, get out of here. There's our people for thousands of years know all of this, but no one listens. They just think, that's something you've got to learn and acquire, but it's not. It's just common sense, living on country for thousands and thousands of years. You don't have to read it in a book, but some of us are fortunate that we were reared with 3 and 4 generations, like my grandparents and then my great-grandparents were alive, and that is the sad part. You can see the gaps and where that's missing, but that doesn't mean we can't get it back. This is the thing, like all is not lost. It's like our country. We look at, I drive 100 k's into Orbost and the same to Eden, that stretch of country. Every day for the last 4 years, we've looked at it, it's just all burnt, decimated country with some regen on the trees coming back. Everyone says, oh, look at the trees, it's all green, it's good. And we'll say, no, the trees are going to rot and fall over. That you don't. Would you build a house on this piece of sand? No, you don't. But the perception from parks and Deaker is that it's all growing back, and no one will listen to our people and say, yeah, it's got lots of little green ferns, but it's masquerading, it's covering up the devastation that's still there, the soil that's all burnt. There's the animals and birds, even after 3 seasons, haven't come back. And that's impacting on our well-being because we're so used to going out and we're so used to saying we know where to go to get these special little orchids, we know where to go and get the weaving grass, we know where to go fish. All that's gone, and that's what we want to bring back. But we've still got a lot of challenge in our part of the country. So, but the strength in any disaster and emergency are those ordinary people that we see in the street every day, and some we don't see. They come into town once every 3 months, or some might see them at the post office. And that's the strength. That's what keeps your little community together, that sort of thing, you know. And we tend to go looking for the research, the science, you know, all those other answers, which I don't dismiss, or I'm not downplaying that, but for me, to be able to go up to Eden and see family again, or drive into Orbost and see individuals that still sit out the front of the cafe, or still, I think those connections are what help you heal. And they've got a healthy respect for our people too. And if we can get that respect back, I reckon we get that right, then the rest can fall in, the healing can start. But we're probably not the ideal persons to talk about healing, because we've got a long way to go. We've got kids, grandparents, and care a lot about other people too, you know. We're not selfish, and it doesn't rely on grants and money. There's something you have to have. And if you don't have good faith, if you don't have the heart, then all the monies in the world, best policy, best frame, everything will not work. That's my personal opinion, so thank you for that.
I'll just say one more thing as well.
Yeah, all right.
I just got one more quick thing to say, and that is, I don't know if a lot of you people, Gary wouldn't know this, but some of our country was burnt that hot that will never ever recover and grow again. So hundreds of thousands of acres up there will never have a plant growing on it in our lifetime again. So remember that, how important caring for country is.
Cheers.
Can I please ask you to thank them again one more time for such a brilliant presentation? Buzzy and Aileen, I find it ironic that you have to go and do formal training to say that you can fight a fire when your own cultural knowledge should be your certificate. And that's the only certificate you need. Our country speaks to us all the time, but we just have to have a better pair of ears and listen to it. And that's exactly what you were saying in your presentation as well. And you're right, I thought about the fires that went through King Lake just a few years ago, and that country is still scarred. And you are so right, Buzzy, when you talk about, you know, the land when it was burnt. It's burnt so far down that it's going to take a long time to get back. So horticultural industry, government agencies, please listen to our ancestors, because they do have the knowledge and they're there ready and willing and able to share it with you, but you just have to listen. So thank you so much for that powerful presentation, and yes, we will look forward to getting a copy of that full presentation that you did. Thank you. It's hard to move on from something like that, but we must keep going. And I would like to remind you all too that Kate will be taking photographs. So if anybody is not wanting to have their photograph taken, please reach out to Kate and just mention it to her. But let's move on, and I'm going to be introducing Dr. Carly Atkinson, or Cully is her human name, and Dr. Atkinson is a Bundjalung and Yuman woman, and an accredited social worker with a PhD from Charles Darwin University actually, and Associated Professor Atkinson is an international leader in complex and even intergenerational trauma, which we know is well and truly prevalent in our communities at this present time. And the culturally informed strength-based healing that she practices and approaches is wonderful. She's the CEO of her family organisation, We Ali. They're Wapabara words for fire and water, and it's interesting that that's what the program's called when we're talking about our country, our way, fire and water are two very, very strong elements in caring for country and in Aboriginal ways of knowing, being and doing. And We Are Lee is designing and coordinating the delivery of culturally informed trauma. They have an integrated hub and Indigenous response to the social and emotional wellbeing needs of those that are affected by the floods in the Northern Rivers in the 2022. And she's also an associate professor from the University of Melbourne. So would you please help me in welcoming Dr. Carly Atkinson, or Cully. Thank you.
Well, this is going to be a really short one because I've just been instructed we've got a 10-minute break. But thank you for welcoming me. And if we all can take 10 minutes to go to the toilet and do what we do in 10 minutes, and then I will resume back up here, if that's okay. Yep.
Thank you, everybody. Please, again, would you help me in welcoming Dr. Carly Atkinson?
Take two, hey? Before I start, I just want to say Jingiwala Jubun Jabul, which is welcome and good morning. I think we're still in the morning, aren't we? And thank you, Auntie Lee, and thank you, Uncle Buzzy and Aileen. Is that how you pronounce your name, Auntie Aileen? Yeah. That was really powerful, and there was a lot in your presentation that resonated with me, particularly around the funding. Now, as I do from my Yemen heritage, it's the welcome when you come onto someone else's country is not a verbal welcome. We slap the ground 7 times from the 7 sisters. And so I'm just going to do that, and that's just me saying thank you for having me here on this beautiful country. The Wiradjuri people of the Greater Kulin Nation. In fact, as I was driving in today with Ash, I was just absolutely astounded. It really is just an incredibly beautiful place. So, thank you. Now, I always get a little bit embarrassed when I'm introduced because all those titles are a bit weird for me. I am just Cully, and in fact I only made it to grade 10, would you believe it? And it was much later in life that I decided I'd go back to university because I had work to do, and I knew that I needed to traverse the two worlds, I guess, and that it'd be useful to have a couple of pieces of paper so I could make a bigger impact because no one was listening to me. So, yeah, it still kind of sounds weird when I hear that. What I'd like to do, and this is not really going to be a very academic presentation, and I think that's really important, and I could probably take that way, but this also was a personal experience for me in the Northern Rivers when we had the floods in 2002. They were catastrophic. They were the worst floods that we had in that region. We had some back in 2017, and this place is always flooded, but nothing like what we experienced. So if we go to the next slide, please. And I just also want to bring greetings from my homeland, which is Budjalung country. That is Mount Warning, as the white fellas call it, or Wallumbin, which is a men's area, and around the circumference of that is a women's area. So greetings from home. Next slide, please. So, as we do, we story. So I thought what I could do is just story through what happened in 2002. And I'll tell you a little bit about the flood story from my own personal perspective too, and the importance, of course, of circling into safety, which is really difficult when you're in a disaster zone. Then I want to just explain what I mean by uniting hearts and establishing order from an Aboriginal perspective, and how we set up this healing hub, and why that's really important to think about it as uniting hearts rather than just the establishing order. The importance of connection and belonging, I'll just touch briefly on that too. And developing our communities of care and practice, that's what's kept it together, and it's still going now. As we heard from the last presentation, it doesn't stop after a year or 2 years. The recovery period takes a long, long time. And the importance of self-regulation as co-regulation, that's something that's really important when you're doing any trauma healing work. We'll talk a little bit about Indigenous healing practices, stuff that we have known for years. This is how we were as Aboriginal peoples and why it's so important for all healing trauma recovery, whether it's in a disaster zone or whether it's intergenerational trauma or whether it's complex trauma. I'll just briefly go over what we actually offered at the Healing Hub and why it works so well. And in the current work that I do and have been for many years, that was guided and founded by my mother, We Are Lee, we offer what we call culturally informed and trauma integrating healing training and workshops right around Australia, and we've also offered them in PNG and Timor too, and that's how I know Ash Dargan. He works alongside us in that work. I was going to talk a little bit more about this framework that we developed as part of a COVID response for our mob, but I'm not actually going to go into too much detail there because it was more my professor at the university saying, "Hey Carly, that framework that we developed in COVID, is it working at the hub? Is it the same stuff?" And to be honest, it was the last thing I was looking at was a framework. We were just doing as you do in a disaster zone. And I don't think we will have time for a yarn, but I will invite people after, maybe in the breaks, if they do want to chat to me about bits and bobs. I'm really happy to talk about anything. So the next slide, please. So this is our little town. This is actually in Lismore. As I said, these floods were nothing certainly like what I've seen before, and our local mob there, our Budjalung mob, have never seen them come in the way that they came in. It knocked houses off their stilts. The why I've got that McDonald's sign in there, because it's really difficult to explain to people just how high the water was. It was up to the, as you can see, up to the top of the drive-through. That's a lot of water. So our entire town was wiped out. This was diabolical, the fire. There was a house fire in a flood, and it was, I think it's just kind of representative, just the chaos, I suppose, that was happening around the time. It's suggested that these floods in Lismore were considered actually the worst floods in Australian history. It's actually quite amazing that we didn't lose more lives in these floods, but it's pretty incredible, as Auntie Aileen said, when community comes together, that's where the strength lies. So where I live is about 20 minutes out of Lismore, and we're up right on top of a big high hill. And actually when I bought that property, my dad encouraged me to buy that property because it was out of the flood zone. And I remember saying to him, I think, you know, those looks that parents give you like you're a bit stupid. I said, "So do you reckon it's going to flood up here, Dad?" And he said, "If it's going to flood up here, it's the second coming, bub, so I think you're right." So I'm really glad that we were up there. However, we did have an office in town, the We Are Lee office, and that was flooded. We were on the second floor, actually, and we got everyone to move everything up to the second floor to save all their stuff, and the flood went to the top of the ceiling on the second floor, so we lost everything in there. So anyway, so we're stuck out at our house. We were actually flooded in. We couldn't get back into our community for, I think it was about a week and a half, which was really devastating to not be able to get in there and help people. And so I didn't sit idle in that time while we waited for the flood waters to go down so we could go and assist people. I contacted everyone I could think of, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander healing practitioners, counsellors, psychologists, because I knew that if we could just get this list of people together, because people still had their phones, that if they needed to talk to someone, that we had this ready-to-go list. And so in that week and a half, I just rallied across Australia, put together a really beautiful list of people that I knew would work from the type of modality that I work from, which is a healing trauma recovery response, not really a formalised psychological response. And so once the floodwaters went down, I think I was in a bit of a shock too, because as we drove into town, you know, there were dead cows in the trees. As I said, there were houses off their stilts. It looked like a disaster. You know, it was a complete disaster zone, and it was difficult to know what to do. And strangely enough, the only thing I thought I could do was just go and help my friends, and with their homes and with people's businesses. So I started to clean up some of my friends' homes, and it was only into about the second day I was cleaning up a friend's home, and she said, "Come outside and have a smoke." So I was sitting out in the mud outside, and she was crying, and she looked at me and she said, "What the hell are you doing here, Carly?" And I said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I'm helping you clean up." And she said, "Aren't you one of these trauma healing experts?" I said, "Oh, yeah." And she said, "Well, go and do that shit. That's what you should be doing." And it hadn't even, as strange, it had not even dawned on me. It had not dawned on me that the work that I've been doing for now, coming up 30 years, I guess, which is really around complex trauma and intergenerational trauma, that I could translate that to a disaster zone. Yeah, it didn't even occur to me until this friend said that, and I thought, oh God, yeah, of course, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. And so I hooked up with a friend of mine from Griffith University, Glenn Woods, and I said, "What do you reckon? Do you reckon this community might need a bit of trauma healing, but Aboriginal way, you know, not like that kind of formalised, clinicalised stuff?" And he said, "Oh, I reckon that might be a good idea." And I said, "Okay, where are we going to do it? There's nothing in the CBD," and it was important to stay in the CBD at the time because that's where people needed us. And so what we did is we set it up. You can go over to the next slide, please. So we set it up at the Koori Mail, and that was also part of a really important part of the healing process, is knowing that there has to be a sense of safety wherever you set something up. The Koori Mail represented, particularly for us blackfellas in that region, a really safe place. And Naomi Moran, which is the CEO of the Koori Mail, was just incredible in pulling the larger community together and basically creating a recovery centre in the car park. And so I thought, okay, this will feel safe. I'll set it up at the Koori Mail. I'll set up a little healing recovery centre amongst what the Koori Mail had already set up there. And yeah, that worked for a little bit. What I found while sitting there, though, it was a little difficult. It was really busy. It was really busy. There were trucks coming in and out, you know, beeping noises, people really quite traumatised. It was quite chaotic. And so where we'd set up the little healing hub, I remember one day a woman came in with her partner and her child, and I was trying to do what I do around the healing modality, which is provide some body work and a yarning space, but no one could hear each other talk. While the woman was on the massage table and the dad was trying to talk to me, the little kid was just running around. There was trucks backing everywhere. No one could relax, as you can imagine. So I thought, this doesn't feel safe. It's not the place, but you know, for trauma recovery, we need to find some sort of regulated space. And so I put a call out to the community and said, is there any spaces left in the community? Because everything was flooded. And I got a call from Casper, of all places. I don't know if anyone knows what Casper is. It's out-of-home care, foster care. So you can imagine, I'm thinking, shit, okay, with our mobs, this might not be the right space, but there was nowhere else. There was nowhere else. So I went and had a look at this place, and it was perfect. It was a home. It was actually a house where they ran their education centre for the kids at Casper, but still I was kind of reluctant to drop into that because of where it is. It also had some green grass on the hill. It was one of the few places in the CBD on this hill that wasn't flooded. So I considered that. Before I go on, I just also want to, and that's what part of creating safety is finding the right space, but I also really want to honour the youth, and part of what happened in the Widjabul Wabble lands is the youth really stood up and really got involved in what was happening. That's my daughter there after she helped clean out our office, and I still feel quite emotional seeing that, because the look on her face describes the numbness, I guess, that everyone was feeling at the time. And she obviously has given me permission. As a teenager, they don't usually like you to put photos up of them, but apparently I'm allowed. So the other thing about safety, and I knew this would happen because it happens in every disaster, and I'm sure you would agree, Auntie Aileen and Buzzy, is after a period of time after the disaster, all the outside services and the military and that, we knew they were going to come, but they would be formalised, really kind of round 'em up type services, and I was aware this was going to happen. I'd seen that happen before, so I wanted a place that was more like a home, as I said, a place where the formalisation of psychological help, that declinicalised way of doing things was really dropped off, that it was a place where people could just come in, be held, sit in a home, have a cup of tea, and so that was really important as I tried to set up this place. The next thing we did, can we go on next, please? We weren't very organised. We didn't have, we had no resources, but we needed to get this knowledge out to the community. So we set up a web page and started posting on there, and within a very short period of time, our Aboriginal community, the Budjalung community, were contacting me saying, I can do this, I can do that. A lot of the services in the region, they'd been flooded too. So they had no place to work. So I contacted them and say, hey, you know what you're supposed to be doing in our community? Why don't you come down to the Healing Hub and actually offer your services down there? So I became like this conduit to the community and to the services to give them a space and place to actually operate, which was incredibly healing for both the professionals and the community. Very, very healing. So, next slide. And this is an incredibly important part, and it kind of just goes back to what I just said before about Casper not being sure about that space and place. It was perfect in terms of what we needed, but the history of that place was an issue. It used to be a home, so it had all sorts of trauma attached to it, and then it also was Casper. But I spoke to this uncle, and you can see he's standing there, Uncle Roy, with Jambi and also Uncle Gilbert. And before we actually moved in there, I said to them, what do you reckon, uncles? Do you reckon we could use this place? There's no other there's no other place to go, and it's got green grass, we can sit on the grass. And I thought he was just going to tell me off, we can't go there, it's got too much history. But he said something really important to me, and I think this is important when we think about country healing and people healing. He said, places can heal. He said, people can heal, but so can places and spaces and country. And he said, so get your healing energy back into that place. It needs to be there. In fact, this is something that place is needed for a very, very long time. So it became an extra thing that we were doing. We were actually healing that place. I'm just going to read this quote out because I think why this project worked, it's not a project, why this community endeavour works so much is because we as Aboriginal peoples, we know what generational trauma feels like, collective, cumulative trauma. It's really familiar to us, really familiar to us. So if there is a collective community compounding disaster, then the knowledge that we have as Aboriginal people from our lived experience of trauma is going to be really powerful. It's familiar to our mob right across this country, particularly collective trauma, community trauma, and the most powerful thing that can happen when there's been a collective traumatic event is to bring the community together. It's not rocket science, is it? And to provide a sense of connection and belonging. I think that's really powerful. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'm just trying to skip out the academic stuff, if you're wondering why I'm going through this. So we've found this safe place. We've got the blessing of the elders. They've opened it, they've smoked it, they've done all the right protocol stuff. We've set it up as a home. We've put soft furnishings in it. And then the next thing we need to do is, and you saw those words, uniting hearts and establishing order. To unite hearts, we need to create a community of care. What happens in Western society usually is order is people try to establish order before uniting hearts, and they wonder why it always falls apart. So to give you an idea around uniting hearts, we are still doing that now, and we're 2 years on, and there's a little bit of order. But the beauty of what we're doing, it is absolutely about the community of care that we've established, and it's all the community being involved. And in fact, it's the centrepiece of all Indigenous healing practices, communities of care. And it's one other important part, it must be place-based, it must be strength-based. Place-based, the people in the community, not people flying in and flying out, or big funding jobs happening and them deciding this is what it looks like. It needs to happen in community. And just flipping back to what I said before about intergenerational trauma, that was our learnings then, and we're knowing that now, that if it's place-based, whether it's been disaster or whether it's intergenerational trauma, it's the people in that space and place, like Auntie Aileen and David was saying. That's where the knowledge lies. We also, which Ash is probably really familiar with, we knew we needed to have some form of grounding in this place called the Healing Hub. And so in We Are Lee, we have what we call the 7 principles of participation. We didn't want to make a really formal place. As I said, we wanted a declinicalised, deformalised place. But like everything, you need those grassroots principles, and they're called the 7 R's. And so all I did when we spoke to people that came in, I said, look, there's no rules and regulations here, but I'm going to suggest that these are 7 R's that will help hold us in our hearts and hold us in our community of care and practice, and how we accept other communities in here, and how also we work with each other. And the 7 R's are respect. We have to have respect. We unpacked this with all the volunteers. Responsibility. What is our responsibility? As, to each other, to the community, and to the country. Relatedness, that goes without saying. I mean, we aren't anything without each other, and as Aboriginal people, it's all about the relationships. So to be really conscious of that particular principle when we were sitting with each other, how we related to each other, how we also invited non-Aboriginal people into this space, which had a healing framework, an Aboriginal healing framework. Resilience was a bit of a tricky one. That was one of the 7 R's, because people were a bit sick of being resilient, as you can imagine, whereas Mum reframed that for me within this context. Resilience also means allowing yourself to be vulnerable. And so because we'd changed that word up a bit, and it wasn't just resilient, I must stay strong, then that I suppose landed better. And resonance. And resonance is that heart language that we have with each other. And also resonance is the resonance of the land and how that is, how that's affecting us. Resonance is also the music. When you listen to Ash's music, there's a resonance. Our rights. What are our rights here in this space and place? And probably one of the most important principles is reciprocity. So our reciprocal relationships with each other, but also as we were sitting in this healing space, circling back to country, what is our reciprocal responsibility to this country? What are we kind of mucked up here? Because that river shouldn't have flooded the way it did. It's because it'd been mucked up. It was full of all debris. They'd put up weirs and dams, and so that water couldn't just flow out onto the floodplains. It had to, it was built in there, and so it flew over the top of the weirs, or whatever they call them, the levees. We'd interfered with Mother Nature, and so she fought back, I guess. The other thing in the intergenerational trauma healing work that we do, I introduced at the Hub, is the same process that we go through in Mum's 6-point healing model, which is creating safety. I've already talked about that. It's really important to create safety. And then finding and telling our stories. People needed a safe place, but not just that one-on-one counselling stuff. They needed to sit in groups, in yarning circles, and to share those stories with each other and to make sense of them going forward. And that's an important part of the healing process in any trauma. We've got to find those stories, we've got to make sense of them if we can, and then we've actually got to feel those feelings, whatever that might look like. And it might look like cranky feelings, whatever it might look like. We have to create space for that, whether it's comfortable or not. And then once we move through those feelings, we can then move through, and this is not talked a lot about in disaster trauma, the layers of loss and grief attached to what has happened, the loss of country, the loss of life, the loss of connection for some people. And if you understand that, then when you're if you're going to create a healing space after disaster, that you have to address the loss and grief, and to have activities and programs within that space that help people move through those layers, and at the very least acknowledge them. And then once you move through those layers of loss and grief, then it's really only then can we start to talk about reclaiming our strengths or our cultural and spiritual identities. Next slide, please. Another beautiful thing, which I just mentioned earlier, that happened is it was the communities of practice that were created from how we went about doing this. Before the floods, and Lismore's not a huge place, but there's a lot of services there, and no one was talking to each other. It was like they were all doing their separate things, or they were all doing the same things, but just a bit differently. And so it became really important at the Hub, and it was quite healing for some of those organisations to say, hey, let's all sit together in this circle and talk about what all of us can do, and what skills and what resources, what can we pull together. So we developed a really strong, not just strong community of care, but a strong community of practice. We had these informal yarning circles, and we would resource those informal yarning circles with psychologists, with elders, with aunties, with lawyers sometimes. Sometimes people needed assistance just filling out a bloody form. There were so many forms to try and get stuff done. But having all of that within one circle was really powerful, rather than having to go up to the top to the uni to go and get that thing done, and down somewhere else to get that done. And again, when they did that, it was quite formalised, and so the environments were really triggering for people. This was just really casual, sitting on the floor or sitting on the grass with a really beautiful, sorry, I keep doing that, I'll put it over there, a beautiful resource circle. Okay, next slide. I mentioned earlier on the concept of self-regulation is co-regulation. If anyone's a parent in the room, you'd know what this feels like, So if your child is having a tantrum and then you match the energy of that tantrum, what happens to that child? Yeah. But if we can bring our energy down, then the other person with us then has the possibility to co-regulate with us. So we didn't have any formal training as people came into this circle, into the Healing Hub. What we did is we just talked about some concepts. Like I said, here's the principles of participation, and can you consider these sorts of ideas, that we really need to be as volunteers and workers in this space, as grounded as we can, because people are going to be coming in really, really with their nervous systems completely shot, which they did. So it was really important for us to keep that in mind. And it's just really gentle suggestions, not taking on someone else's pain. We didn't have to relive their story, but to hold their story. accepting all the feelings that come up, because some of them are anger. You know, anger is a legitimate feeling, but knowing how to hold that and to hold that anger, using lots and lots of grounding techniques, somatic practices, which are body-based practices. Another big one was observing without judgment, just being an ear. Have a cup of tea with someone, just listen to the story. Because as I said, a lot of anger came up and there was a lot of blame happening. And so it was just our ability to sit in that space with them as the quiet witness. Skipping the shoulds, you should do this, you should do that. No one needs to be told what to do after they've just gone through something so traumatic. So really some just very simple human-based compassion ideas. Again, our role was to unite the hearts within this healing space. It wasn't to provide too many rules. And we could go to the next slide, please. It's interesting, we just did a 5-day facilitator training up in Alice Springs just recently, and the first day I usually do a bit of a content discussion with the participants, and I said to Ash, you'll remember, this fella called Bruce Perry, who is an incredible psychiatrist, child psychiatrist. I've been using his reference now for, quite a lot of years, I guess, because he's one of the first people, although he's not Aboriginal, to let the rest of the world know that there might be some healing practices in the area of trauma that are relevant for all human beings. However, what I said is I think it's about time now that we say thank you, Dr. Bruce Perry, for giving us that knowledge, but we kind of know this stuff, and we'll start referencing ourselves. But he did have some good ideas, and as I said, we know this stuff, don't we? We know this stuff. Just let you read it, I won't read it out. If we could go to the next slide. So this is the last time I refer to Bruce Perry. Ash, just letting you know. He also said this, and again, it's not rocket science. How do we heal? We heal together, but we do it through retelling the story to make sense of the story. We hold each other. We massage each other or move. We dance. You think about, since time immemorial, all our mobs across this country have various dances. They might have had, gone out hunting, and it might have been a bit traumatic at the time, but we constantly mitigated trauma within our bodily systems by doing all these things. And we knew that right across this country. We knew that. We knew how to mitigate trauma. And so there are people, big nogs like, is it big nog? Big wigs, like Bruce Perry, that are saying, the Indigenous people of the world, not just Australia, have this stuff right. This is actually how we deal with trauma. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yep. And this is why they worked. And you think about any of the practices we have, whether it's music, like what Ash plays, whether it's dance, whether it's art, whether it's movement, whether it's walking on country. It's because it's repetitive, it's rhythmic, it's relevant, it's relational, it's respectful, and it's rewarding. These are the things that change our brain stems when we have trauma. All trauma is when something gets stuck. We get stuck in the primitive part of our brain, which is constantly responding, and we're unable to move up to the frontal lobe. These activities help us move from there up to here so we can think. And so, when I get rid of these slides around Bruce Perry, these are the words that I wrote just before I came up here, and I'll reference myself. Our Aboriginal cultural activities and ways of knowing, being and doing in the world through ceremony, words, dance, song, art, making tools, weaving, carving, rituals are all somatic, sensory affective experiences. restoring the mind-body connection by providing patterned and repetitive movement and a relational experience with self, family, community and country. We've been doing that since time immemorial. So bye-bye Bruce, and thank you. Next slide please. This is how simple the model at the Healing Hub was. It really was very simple. Keep it simple. Always have food. You can't, cups of tea. We did have some donated items there, so people could get their essential items. We got that stuff out of the way. We did provide bodywork, all sorts of bodywork. There was Reiki, there was massage, there were some of our aunties and uncles came in and did various body movements and sweepings on bodies. So there were cultural bodywork activities, and there were also just your standard massage activities. All of those body workers that came in were really trauma informed, which was important. We did have one-on-one trauma therapists, because sometimes people just want to talk to one person, but they weren't used. People wanted to sit in the informal yarning circles. They were craving that sense of connection and belonging. We had all sorts of activities, and I'll go into more detail that are relevant for, I think right across Australia. You could employ them in any cultural group that are relevant. And we also, importantly, had our Jarjums, the Midgeon Jarjum Social Futures mob came down. Their building was flooded, so they were child creative therapists. So we had a whole team down there with us, having lots of fun with them. Next slide, please. So this is kind of like a day at the hub. Like I said, it's still going. It was the general flow of the hub. Someone would walk in, and in the early days, like the first 6 to 8 months, people would walk in looking absolutely traumatised. They'd been, working at trying to get their house cleared out, or sleeping in their cars. It was pretty traumatic. And then a month after, I don't think I mentioned, another flood came through. So what cleaning had been done got undone, which was really quite traumatic. But basically people would walk in, and I and the other volunteers were just on the lookout. We would approach them really gently and just say, do you want a cup of tea? Nothing else, do you want a cup of tea? And we'd just sit on the grass, or we'd sit in the tuck shop, which was created. The Casper kids basically did the cooking and made the coffees and teas, which was really nice. And just talk and let them talk. And then once they'd done that, if you go to the next slide, we just tried to find out if it was anything, basic that they might need, any sort of basic needs at all, and tried to find those things with the stuff that we had there. There was this one lady that came in, a Budjalunga auntie, and she was really distraught, and she came into the yarning room at the Healing Hub, and she was just howling, and she's allowed me to tell this story, by the way. And she said, you probably want to know why I'm crying. And I'm thinking, I didn't say it, but I'm thinking in my head, I've probably got a good idea. And I said, no, tell me, Auntie, why are you crying? And she'd cleaned out her house, and a whole lot of volunteers had come over to help clear out her house. And because everyone was in high adrenaline mode, this actually happened in a lot of the houses, everything was pulled out of her house and put in this massive pile of rubbish at the front of her house. But she was too numb, I guess, to instruct them what to chuck out and what not to chuck out. So everything was chucked out. And she said she walked out the front and she saw this, metres high. It was her whole life in this big muddy pile of rubbish. And then it occurred to her that her great-grandmother had crocheted her this beautiful blanket and given it to her when she was a little girl. And so she went rooting through this pile of rubbish. She couldn't find this blanket. She didn't care about anything else. It was just this blanket. Anyway, when she came in that day and sat there and told me this, I walked outside. We had all these aunties across Australia crocheting all these beautiful blankets for us to give to people. And I just picked up a random blanket and I went and sat next to her, and I wrapped her in the blanket as she was talking. Really simple stuff. And she howled even louder and thinking, oh shit, what have I done here? That obviously didn't help. And then I put my hand on it and she said, Barb, this blanket, you found it. And I said, what do you mean, Auntie? And she said, it's the same colour and the same pattern as the one I've been looking for. It wasn't the same blanket, but it's that intuitive way, I think, that our mob can work with each other. If you're dropped into space and place and reading the field, I don't know, maybe spirit talks, but that was the blanket she needed, and she was so pleased that she could keep that blanket. She was so happy, but she wrapped it tightly around herself and walked out with a bigger smile on her face. So it was little stuff like that at the hub too, and we can only do that kind of real compassionate resonance stuff when we're dropped into that regulated space ourselves where we're reading the field. Those sorts of things might seem small, but they're really, really important. We can go to the next slide, please. I briefly mentioned the issues are in our tissues, as they say. You can imagine how sore you would be after cleaning and gurneying and moving furniture. So you had the physical tiredness, but also what happens with adrenaline, what happens with trauma, we store it in our body and we kind of hold it in our body because it keeps us going. And adrenaline is a useful thing, as I was saying to Nelson. Yeah, but we have to let it go, and how we can let it go is through really gentle massage, but also movement. Incredibly important. I think what we try to do is we hold it in, which is not good for our bodies. So this was a really important part of what we're offering. So they'd come in, have a cuppa, we'd talk, have a bit of a yarn, and then we might suggest, do you want to have some body work if they were up for it? We can go to the next slide, please. As I mentioned before, our healing phases, which we have been using for 30 years, that Mum developed, the making sense of our stories. We can't ignore those stories, as hard as they are. Some of the stories were really difficult to listen to, and some people did die in these floods. Some people had to cut themselves out the tops of tin roofs, and pass their babies through in their wires, and were cut in that process. And of course, you can imagine how putrid the water was, so lots of infections. But people need a space to tell those stories. And so for some people, it might not have been through words. So we just made sure that we had different activities at the hub that people could express themselves and tell those stories in whatever way felt right for them. And so there was a lot of clay work. Initially, we didn't bring out the clay in the first few months because of the mud, and the mud was a bit kind of triggering, I guess. So we used Play-Doh at first, and then when people said they were ready, we started to bring out the clay. And a really important part of one of the activities, which still happens now, was to bring in the Budjalung aunties, the weavers, who were also affected by the floods, but for them to sit and to share their knowledge. I actually made these in one of the weaving circles. So I could do a little bit of weaving, but I learnt so much from those aunties and their ability to hold that informal yarning space, and also to share stories with the community while they were sitting there, teaching them to weave, while they were sharing their stories, and also them sharing stories of the country, the space and place that we were on, about the river. The river in Lismore, the Lismore River, is called Mamang, which means Father River. And so I didn't know that, even as a Budjalung woman, that it was a male entity, this river, and that the water law is the women's responsibility. And so they would talk about this beautiful Mamang River, and when it flowed freely before it was trapped within the confines of trying to have these, my auntie's words, dickheads build on the flood zones, and they're bloody rebuilding back on them. It's crazy. But this gentle way of sharing of, we didn't live on those floodplains. We would go down there and maybe hunt and camp there for a bit, but we always lived back off the floodplains. And then the river would come, as I said, and it would put its silt and all that yummy goodness in those areas, and we'd grow things down there, but never live there. So the yarning circles, the aunties coming back in, the aunties also sitting with the kids at Casper. These are kids in out-of-home care, and the curiosity of those kids coming into those yarning circles and listening to those stories was this beautiful added bonus. So it was such a win-win within that organisation for them, for the kids and for the community. Can we go again? Next slide, please. This was another aspect that someone sent us a testimonial about, because it was so inclusive. I mean, I was thinking of this Indigenous healing framework for our mob, but it was for everyone, and because of how we operated there, this sort of really gentle way, learning to wear our expertise as an invisible garment. So any people that had, neurodiversity really found that a really beautiful place to be. It really was so welcoming. And so we had a lot of feedback from our neurodiverse community that was the only place that they would come. They weren't going up to the main services, the real clinicalised, formalised services. There was a gentleness, there was a flow, there was lots of creative movement happening there. There was also, just go to the next slide, please. Oh, where's the rest? No? Okay. That's going to be, thank you, that gave me a heart attack. Because I talked to the pictures and thinking, God, I haven't got the pictures there. This quote here is one of the workers in the community. And as I mentioned before, it became a place where the workers could come and feel supported too. It wasn't just for the community. I mean, it was for everyone. And I think a lot of these spaces that are created in mainstream, they actually forget about the people, the volunteers, the workers in the space. So it became really, really powerful for that. And as I said, the trauma stories, that's one of the little healing circles, the yarning circles, the weaving circles, well, there's two there. They became really powerful, powerful places for all of us and all of us workers. I was running on adrenaline too. I downed tools for Melbourne University. I don't know if they like that. We Are Lee, as Ash would know, I pretty much stopped work in all of my areas for nearly a year so I could drop into my community, and all in kind work. I didn't want to be paid for anything. I just wanted to do what you should do in your own community. We also offered workshops. So there was this general informal flow of the hub, but there are also workshops. So we offered our Dardidi workshop, which is a deep listening workshop, but we also offered workshops around loss and grief, because there was this deep knowing, as I said before, the layers of loss and grief. Not just the layers of loss and grief related to the floods, the layers of loss and grief related to country. And for us to move through that as a community, there was a really strong need to talk about and reconnect with the river, the very thing that people were feeling quite traumatised about. So we would have some of the workshops down at the river, we'd get the aunties and uncles to come along. There was ceremony, there was language, there was a reconnection, there were and there still is, which is great, and we'll see where it goes, discussions around how we can better look after the country there as Aboriginal peoples, and them listening to us. We made it very clear all the way along, and we still are, and sometimes it's on deaf ears, that if you listen to us, and maybe even for once just sort of put our knowledge up there, that this is actually going to benefit everyone. So Jugan Alliance, Oliver Costello is also working on some projects down there, not just around fire, but around the water and around the water stories and the law stories. And it's been absolutely beautiful to see the larger community, not just Aboriginal peoples, start to connect to those old stories and start to develop their own relationship with that river, which they never had. And for some of our younger ones, our kids, actually really standing up and saying, I'm interested now, I want to hear those stories. What are those stories about the river, and what can I do to assist? Next slide, please. I love this quote. As you can see, I love quotes. and I'm going, but they do, they resonate, they hit me in the heart. And this is it, it's all about the stories. And as you can see from what we've done at the Healing Hub, we've really centred story as the centrepiece. And so what Lewis Malmadrona says is we live storied lives, we organise our experience into stories as we share life interactively with others. The plot, the characters, the morals of the story. We hear influence our synaptic connections, it's just our brain connections. They change our brains. Stories also live through us. We are born into stories, those of our families, nations, religions and cultures. So a lot of the work we did in those healing circles, in those yarning circles, in those weaving circles, was really starting to honour the stories of place and country. If you told me that before we set up the Healing Hub, I might have not have thought that would happen, but it happened organically, and it happened because we were being led by really strong aunties and uncles. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to show a couple of beautiful photos of the Jarjum space. We can't set up any spaces. We can't set up therapeutic support, which is what was happening with the mainstream stuff, unless we're actually, the whole community is involved, and you can't separate the kids from the community. So having these spaces and the joy it gives us also as adults when they're playing and then we're playing with them was really powerful. Yeah, we played with the kids, us workers there, us volunteers, the aunties and uncles. They made kites, they did all sorts of stuff, clay work, yeah, you name it. Lots and lots of creativity happening. And this particular quote is from one of the Midjam Jarjum's workers, and I won't read it out, but essentially what she's saying is that it became a place of healing for her too. Yeah, and I think that's important. Our communities of practice, they've got to be communities of care. Next slide, please. Now this is the bit I decided as we were listening this morning that I wouldn't talk to in much detail. So, I was working on a project before the floods with Melbourne University. And look, it's a really beautiful model. And I'll make sure people can get a copy of this after. But my professor was just so insistent with me. He's like, Carly, this framework, you know, we developed it for COVID and it was developed for mob by mob. Is it the same in a disaster situation? And I kept saying to her, I'm not looking at it, sis. It's just the last thing on my mind. So to be honest, it's only reasonably recently that I've looked at it and then asked myself the questions, are each of the elements in this model relevant in terms of what we did? And the answer was yes. And look, it doesn't take too much to just look at and pull out a couple of the components in there. To see that, you know, obviously we've got to have hope and well-being, you know, healing from loss and grief. I was so pleased to see that in there because I hadn't kind of computed, as I said, before I looked at it. And I was part of helping develop this model in terms of a public health emergency response to COVID. But I think also what's important in this model is the cultural humility, safety and responsiveness, but also recognising that the trauma, the individual, collective and historical impacts on disaster trauma as well. It did during COVID when people were isolated from their families, couldn't get to sorry business. It had a really big impact if they couldn't get back to country. It's the same with disasters. If you can't get back to country, but also understanding there's already trauma in our bodies. And so a disaster event will happen and if someone is already carrying intergenerational complex trauma from all this stuff that's happened before, and I got that from watching the presentation before me, this sort of concept they're taking the kids away, it just comes bubbling to the surface. And so what mainstream will do in disaster responses, they'll pull out your, what they call it, psychological first aid type courses. We need more than that. We're dealing with bubbling up complex trauma, particularly with our mobs too. So it goes well beyond that. I would, I would add one thing to the end of that, which I would like to change, add to this framework, which I'm going to negotiate with my professor, is I would add a whole new circle around the edge. And I think the model does work. However, our connection to country, culture, spirit and relationships, that provides a full recovery model, one which would acknowledge our need to rebuild and repair our relationship to country. I think that needs to be front and centre of any model that we're going to use. Next slide, please. Now, before you hit play on this, I just thought I'd give you just a little clip. The press, as you know, if you've been in any disaster zone, they want to come in and interview at every opportunity, and I kept saying no because we were just so busy, and so tired. But if NITV or SBS asked us, we'd usually say yes because they're generally a lot more respectful. So they put together this little clip which I presented at the Healing Our Spirit Worldwide conference. It's only really short, maybe 5 minutes, but I think it really captures, I hope, because I do tend to talk in circles, some of the main elements that were really important with an Indigenous healing framework model for disaster recovery. So if you could click play.
This program may contain images of people who have passed.
When people are hurting, they really just crave connection and belonging. Thousands of people have been affected in massively traumatic ways by these floods. It's a cultural activity, but it's an activity that's been practiced for thousands and thousands of years, and there was a purpose behind it. The purpose was it's to sit together, to talk together, to make sense of what's going on in our world together.
Certainly found myself really quite overwhelmed, where I've had a panic attack just recently around, myself in that bigger trauma story of community, and it's a shared experience now for all of us.
What they need is the space and capacity to tell the stories of what's happened to them alongside people who've experienced the same kind of issues. So being heard, being understood is really fundamental at this point in time.
So I think you can click to the next slide.
This program may contain images of people who have passed.
I'd also just want to mention too, which I briefly touched on, some of these practices from a trauma healing perspective, like weaving, for example. When we weave, we're moving both our hands, and there's this concept of bilateral stimulation. It's kind of like a brain hack. We do it when we walk, because we're moving both legs, better eyes, from side to side. So in that weaving process, if we are feeling really dysregulated, we're able to bring our mind to the frontal lobe. So weaving is really powerful. Carving, anything that we can do with our hands, we need to, if you've got textures and pencils on the table and you're feeling a bit dysregulated, just move the hands. So this is neuroscience now, but we knew it. We knew this. That's why we'd sit in circle having a yarn with, our family groups and do all these activities. And that's really what happened at the Healing Hub, as we weaved together or sat together or did workshops together and talked together. We kind of weaved some sort of sense back into our place in the community and our renewed place in the community. And just after that last conference I went to in Vancouver, again, I like to write poetry, and I'd written this great big long poem about what this meant to me, and then I just cut it down into this, because this is essentially what I'm trying to say here, and I think all of you understand. And it's
put next to a painting which is called Loss and Grief, which was painted by Christopher Edward Haynes. And we have that painting as part of the We Are Lee work. It represents that. And that's the painting I took down to the Healing Hub, which I managed to save from my office that was flooded. So it became a bit of an icon painting for us, and it's really quite beautiful, as you can see, massaging those tears or that water, the naibai, the gung, the water, into something quite beautiful. So I'm going to leave you with these words before I hand over to Ash, which is just perfect to follow me here because it's through the music, through the movement, through the resonance, all those activities. That's what we did at the Hub. But this is it, isn't it? You know, an Indigenous framework vast for healing wounds of seasons past. In disaster's wake, we seek to find a roadmap born of ancient mind. Culture knows and culture heals, culture's fire forever feels. Culture leads, we say it loud, a mantra shared, a promise vowed. Thank you so much, and I'm really looking forward to now being grounded with Ash.
Well, again, a very powerful presentation, and thank you so much. It's interesting, in both presentations today, I think we've seen how Mother Nature can get quite angry with us when we start messing around with her. And again, I say, listen to the country and help heal it. And I find it very interesting when you talk about connection. You know, we talk about that all the time, Cully, about connection. The Aboriginal people have connection to each other and to land. And you talked about that in the way of healing trauma as well. And I think time and time again, we have confirmation of how our ancestors did it and did it well. And even though we're in today's modern world, we keep seeing those synergies between the modern world today and the way our ancestors did it as well. So thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. As Carly said, we're going to go on and have a musical performance by Ash Dargan. Now, Ash is a Larrakia man. For those that don't know, that's Northern Territory region. He's a cultural educator and a wellbeing specialist from Darwin, in the top end of our beautiful country. And he's a premier performer with recordings of, you know, many and varied. And if you actually looked on YouTube, you would see many of his songs and pieces on there as well. But the way he plays the Indigenous instruments, not only the didgeridoo, but instruments from other parts of the world as well, is second to none. And we are so privileged to have Ash here with us today. He holds a Master of Indigenous Studies from the Southern Cross University, following the work of Dr. Judy Atkinson in trauma recovery and healing and in social and emotional wellbeing. And he's worked nationally across the education, mental health and the community service sectors, and is currently a national leader and facilitates in wealth, Ali. And that was obviously when he works with you, Cully, as well. So if Ash has got himself set up, I would like to ask you to help me welcoming Ash, and he will lead us. And when he plays his music, travel with it. He's going to tell his story with his music, but he's going to hold us with it as well. And I think it's a beautiful way to take us into our lunch break. So please help me in welcoming Ash Dargan.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you to all the presenters and all of you who've been here today. We've been hearing some trauma stories, and you know, in this work, responding after a disaster, we're in a space of hearing those stories all the time and being, you know, in the lived experience of those stories. So Carly talked about the importance of returning to our cultural ways and understanding, and You know, that's what today is about, is letting you hear the voice of self-determination from our ancient ways of knowing and being and doing that are also present and continuing. That's what I'm here for, to continue this tradition that was passed on to me by my uncle. So I'm a bamboo man for my people. And this is taking a pause after a very difficult time. We've been hearing some very difficult stories. So I offer the culture that was given to me by my uncle to offer you a pause to just feel and to restore yourselves after hearing some difficult things. And just listen to the spirit of this culture that was handed to me, because it is the culture of country and is the culture of our ancestors and is the culture of our ways. And I'd like to start off by acknowledging country with a song for Bunjil. Bunjil represents wisdom and the light of clarity, because there's no other animal on earth that has a relationship quite like that with the sun, because he's the closest, she's the closest to that source of life for the planet. That's a very special relationship. So around my neck is a flute made out of the wing bone of a Bunjil wing bone. It's very, very rare, and you won't see many of these, but for this country here, for the ancestors here, and for all the mob here that I know and love that are of the Wurundjeri people, this one's for you. Thank you very much. This next one is a tribute to water. We Are Lee, the name of the organisation that Carly now heads up, honouring her mother's work, started so long ago in the early 90s into helping people make sense of stories, the story of the history of this country. That's what she set out to do, and she kind of set out to do that academically, and she was one of the first, if not the first. So we really do owe that work, respect, and we need to listen, as she herself learnt to listen, just like our old people have always listened to each other, and that's deeply. A place that's so deep that when you're telling your story and making sense of something that's happened to you, just someone holding a space, listening that deeply is healing, because you're being held deeply, and you know that. And this is communicated through no words at all. It's communicated in all of our cultural practices as well when we do that together. This is very, very deep, process-orientated therapeutic approaches. And it's about time that our voices were heard, because we know the way through difficult times. The fact that we're still here at all, should be an indicator. So this one's about water. Now, We Are Lee means fire and water in the Whoopabara language. And as Judy came out and explained why this word is the name that she went with, is because these two forces in nature, as we've seen in the first two stories this morning, the lived experience through fire and through water, through disaster, and that these are two forces of nature that have that potential to destroy and destruct, but they also have the potential to heal, like fire management, fire stick management, these ancient ways. And before we messed with the water in the northern rivers and built the weirs and all these other things, that water used to flow out by itself and handle itself just fine, the landscape was shaped to do that by its very presence, and yet we get in the way of that, and things come back to bite us. So these two states have that destruction, but they've also got that healing, you see, and they're in constant flux. And when we're telling the stories to each other, that's what we're actually doing. So this one is a story for water, and I'll be singing in my language. It's called Water Spirits, the Larrakia mob, Gulamerjan from the top end, Northern Territory, my grandmother's people.
Wow. Today we honour the Indigenous peoples of this land, the oldest continuing cultures in human history. We reflect on their past mistreatment. We reflect in particular on the mistreatment of those who were stolen generations, this blemished chapter in our national history. The time has now come for the nation to turn a new page. A new page in Australia's history by righting the wrongs of the past and so moving forward with confidence to the future. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That embraces all Australians.
Thank you very much. That's one I actually wrote. I'm going to be playing that in front of the Attorney General soon at a dinner party in May. Wrote that one because he was going to be there. But that song's about that story of healing for our nation. So when we're talking about healing, we're talking about a layered experience. So trauma is like that. In the story of this country, it's across generations, right? So, and that's how we heal. That's how we heal, through the layers. And we heal it so that we allow the generations continuing to carry less of the burden. So our whole country's in this process of healing. So it's the business of everyone here, you know. And like Carly said, our people know a lot about that, you know. So I'd like to thank the Yarra Ranges Council and everyone that's been involved in the journey to getting here, you know, Gary and all the TOs, the young people here from the families of this place, the TOs of this place, here working with you. And look what they're doing. And look what they're holding for you. There's something very special happening here. And I'd remind you that something special happened here a long time ago on Corranderk, when we had William Barak speak the words to power, the voice of self-determination. The first time, I think, that it was spoken and recorded in that way, from an elder going to the power in existence at that time. Just let us get on with it, and we'll show you what we can do. And I hope you're, you know, hearing us today as we share our stories and showing you what we can do when we just get on with it. So, thank you very much. My name's Ash Dargan Fijo. I'm a top-end Larrakia saltwater man. I've been living on this beautiful country down here. I'm a deadly black tourist, living on the lands of the Wurundjeri, and just loving my connection to you, to all of the team here. You're so very special. I love all of you. And thank you to the Yarra Ranges Council more broadly for supporting the work that this incredible team does. Ma, thank you.
A lovely way to take us into lunch. So we invite you all to go out to the foyer and help yourselves, and we'll see you on the other side of this break in about 35 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everybody from the lunch break. I certainly hope you enjoyed our little feast out there. I know it was many and varied of what we had out there, and it was a beautiful lunch, so thank you to those that organised it. And Gary, can you please pass on our thanks to the, what do you call them? Thank you, caterers. Yeah, there you go. As you can see, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with this MCing gig because I've actually got my hand in my pocket. So I'm getting pretty comfortable with it. So let's just move on. I know everybody's time is precious, so we like to keep on time. So I have the honour of introducing Dr. Andrew Peters as our next speaker. Dr. Peters, where do we start? Back in 1996, I think it was, he actually went to Swinburne University as a student, and 3 years later in 1999 he started working at Swinburne, and he's still there now. 7 years ago he did get his PhD, finally, after procrastinating for I don't know how long, but he finally did do it, so he's had that for the last 7 years. And he's also an esteemed member on the board of the Richmond Football Club, which I have to mention. Oh no, we have some tragics in the room as well, okay. All right, so please, without any further ado, help me welcome Dr. Andrew Peters.
Thank you, Lee. Lee, she said she was going to introduce me as Councillor Andrew Peters, and I was going to thank her for the demotion. But I didn't, so we don't have to open that can of worms. Thanks very much for having me today, everyone. As Lee said, my name's Andrew Peters. I grew up here in Hillsville, a local boy, just talking to a few people about how much I still feel connected to the town and how important it is to me as a home. And so it's really great to be able to come and speak with the Yarra Ranges Council folk, and particularly at home, and talk about these things and the importance of not only that notion of connection, which is going to be a central part of what I'm talking about now, but a lot of the things that I've learned along the way through things like Mum, Arnie Peters, growing up, but reinforced through my own experiences and meeting people like Ash Dargan and Carly Atkinson, and along the way meeting so many really powerful, strong Aboriginal people who reinforce this notion of culture and connection that I felt growing within me as I got a bit older, and really fortunate now to be in a position where I can use some of that to influence young people. I know one of my students here, Jasmine, has been integral in organising today, so it's really great to see that, as I say, that little influence that we can have, and that notion of Indigenous culture becoming really important for us all. So I'd like to begin by obviously acknowledging country, and acknowledgements are done in a number of different ways. Next slide, thanks. A number of different ways, and I won't read through this because we all know what an acknowledgement is. I certainly would like to acknowledge that we're on the land of the Woiwurrung, the Wurundjeri people. Thank elders past and present, thank the Aboriginal people in the room, thank all of those who have come before us for teaching us what they have and allowing us to continue that journey, not only for ourselves but for everyone that we come across as well. For me, an acknowledgement to country today is exactly about that. It's certainly not, and I've had a lot of people talk to me over the years about this, and there's a certain guy who writes a column for the Herald Sun every now and then who is adamant that these aren't necessary and that they're unimportant, and he's really missing a lot of things to do with us as a people and our culture. But in this sense, this is not about, having a welcome to country, for example, is not about making you feel unwelcome and that you don't belong on the land. For many of you, that's been the only place you've ever lived. It's simply about acknowledging that what we are doing, whatever it is, so today we're gathered in a really important location in this town that's got a lot of history behind it, with some people imparting their knowledge to you, you sharing that knowledge with each other and finding ways to improve your lives, whether they be work, whether it be personal, or a combination of both, improving your own lives through the knowledge that we share today. It's exactly the same that Aboriginal people have been doing on this very land, and perhaps on this very spot, for thousands and thousands of years. So an acknowledgement or a welcome to country for me is just about acknowledging that fact, that we are continuing a very, very ancient tradition of knowledge sharing and knowledge transfer, of getting together, of eating and drinking. And so I always like to make sure that my students understand what an acknowledgement is and what it stands for, so that when they go into their workplaces, they can do the same thing. They can connect with this message of acknowledgement, with the message of welcome, with a message of connection to our past. Thank you. So I'll just talk a little about my story and we'll go again. I've got some animations here. I wanted to talk about one at a time, but thanks, Matt. So basically, Yarra Yarra Yorta Yorta. Now, Lee and I are from the same family. Our family at the moment is in the exploratory phase of finding out about our connections to traditional owner groups. When I grew up, Mum always talked to me about being Yarra Yarra Yorta Yorta. So from my grandmother and my grandfather's side, so my mum's mum and dad, is where this connection comes from. We've since learned, and as I learned about how many Aboriginal mobs were in Victoria, that we have connections to almost all of them, as a lot of Aboriginal people do. So I keep it short in this sense, saying I'm Yarra Yarra Yorta Yorta, but we certainly have a lot of connections to many other groups as well. And that's an important thing for me moving forward as well. It's important to understand how far those connections go. It's important to understand that it's not a competition. Personally, I have some reservations about our treaty process because it's made a lot of this process adversarial, where Aboriginal groups are technically fighting each other and fighting each other in a whitefellas court system. And we all know what happens when that happens. There's only one group of winners, and they end up wearing funny white wigs when they get older. So it's important that we maintain these connections and stay strong with them too. Thanks, Matt. I grew up, as I said, in Hillsville Primary and Hillsville High School. At Hillsville Primary, I saw a lot of racism. Very little I remember being directed at me, but at other Aboriginal kids. And I now feel ashamed that I didn't have the strength to stand up to it at the time. High school was a little different. Didn't see as much, direct racism as I saw in primary school. But remember, this is like the 70s and the 80s in Australia, where it existed everywhere. Not much different to today, but we see it in much less degree, I think, today. Growing up in Hillsville and learning at these schools was really wonderful, particularly late in my primary school career when Mum got a job as an Aboriginal teacher aide. And I always felt like I was accepted as an Aboriginal person, and particularly when I've been playing football and other sport here in the Yarra Valley. There's an article in today's Mountain Views. Is that what it's called now? I'll always call it Mountain Views. I got contacted last week to comment on the government's response to the Europe Commission's report. And one of the things I talked about was my experiences of growing up in the Yarra Valley and whether I felt accepted or included in things. And I always did, and I think a lot of it had to do with sport. And it's a very important part, and it certainly was growing up, it was a very important part of being in this town. And I know Lee had similar experiences too, playing tennis and swimming and whatever else she did. Netball, that was it. I knew there was one more. But it became, as I got older, it became a challenge to realise, was I accepted because I can play this sport, or am I accepted because of the colour of my skin and my family's background? And it became clear that it was certainly both in most areas. I got contacted by one of you two last year, Brendan or Nelson, about someone that they'd seen at their football club who remembered racially abusing me 30-something years ago on the football field and felt really bad about it today. And my message was, listen, appreciate that, really appreciate that. To me, that's one really good indication that someone now recognises what racism is today. Because as a nation, we have no idea. We have no idea what it means. And I'm talking about this shortly, but that notion of connection is really important, has a really important role to play here. So I grew up here, Hillsville Primary, Hillsville High School, didn't know what I wanted to do. I bumbled into a career as a lecturer. I worked for a little while here in Hillsville. I worked at Hillsville Sanctuary for a little bit. I had no idea what I wanted to do. I thought, I want to go to university and do marketing, because marketers get paid a lot of money to talk a lot of rubbish. And I was really, really good at that. And, I didn't know what I was talking about, but I could do it really well. So I wanted to get into marketing. And my second year of study, tourism was introduced as a discipline at Swinburne when I started at the Lilydale campus. And my lecturer, I felt a connection with him. I thought, I really like this guy. And I got real fascinated with the notion of tourism and what it meant. He suggested to me this notion of Indigenous tourism and what it meant, because it was a growing field in terms of tourism research at universities at the time. And that sort of sparked something in me. I remember going home and starting to ask Mum more questions about the history of our family, about the history of Corranderk, about what people know about Aboriginal culture in our world today, about Mum's experiences. And it all just started to come together. So the upshot of all that, I did a Bachelor of Business, I was going to be a marketer, I've ended up a lecturer in Indigenous Studies, and I absolutely love the job that I've got. It's created so many different opportunities for me, not only from a work sense, but it's made me a better person, I've got no doubt about that, and it's helped me also connect again with the things that I loved about this town growing up, sport for example. Connecting with guys I used to play football against and with, helping them with their careers and their jobs now, advising on certain things. So it's been an absolutely wonderful journey, and the constant thread for me through the whole thing has been culture and the ways that I've found being able to connect with that culture. Thanks, Matt. That's also led me to teach my children. Now, some of you will know, some of you will not. I didn't know my dad growing up. I just grew up here with Mum. As a single child. So as an Aboriginal woman in the late 60s, early 70s, with a single mother with an Aboriginal child, I can imagine how difficult that must have been for Mum at the time. But she was always strong and always resilient. She was always looking forward, always positive. And that came through in me, I think. When I was 32, I met my father for the first time. So he's a white Irish dude. He's got 4 daughters, he had his own family, we met, really connected. He's since passed away, unfortunately I lost him 11 months before I lost Mum a few years ago, but I've maintained a connection with my 4 sisters who keep asking me about our Aboriginal heritage. They want to be part of our blackfella side. So gradually, the more they pay me, I'll let them in. No, I'm joking. But gradually, and for me it's really important, they're seeing the role of this culture in their lives today. And it's certainly, knowing my father, meeting my sisters, it's made me a better parent. And now I'm teaching my children the way that Mum taught me, not forcing them anything. They're really interested in doing cultural activities, and there are a lot more opportunities for that for them now than when I was a young fella. So I'm really happily taking them along to things. Obviously, my 2 boys are 16 and 13 now, and one's 6'2", the other one's just about 6 foot, I think, the 13-year-old. My dad was 6'4". Mum, as many of you know, wouldn't have seen her above this podium. Ripped off. But they're learning about their culture with a sense of pride that I didn't have growing up. And having said that, I grew up with a sense of pride in who I was that Mum didn't have when she grew up. So generationally, things are changing. But it is slow and it is generational. Ash and I were just talking about, and Lee, about the apology from Kevin Rudd, and how whilst at the time it was a massive step, we really haven't seen a lot of difference. And the referendum result last year showed us that we still have a long way to go, but we are improving. And I'm hanging on to that. My boys are really, really proud, and that's what I was meant to say at the beginning, 16 and 13-year-old sons who are proud of their dad finally, for no other reason than I'm on the board of the Richmond Football Club. But it's a start. But they are proud of who they are. They're very proud of their Aboriginality, and they're often asking questions now about our family and where they fit. They're starting to want to know about their connections to things. Thanks, Matt. And Mum always, and many of you in the room will know this, Mum always said these are the 3 hallmarks of Aboriginal culture: respect, caring and sharing. If we live our lives like that, it'll be a better place. She always used to say that to me. Unfortunately for Mum, I didn't really grasp this for a long, long time because, it's Mum and what do mothers know, really. But it was amazing to sort of see this, and I reflected while I was writing my PhD on these words that Mum had always said. And it was incredible to me to inherently find and feel that connection to a lesson that my mum had been teaching me since I was a little boy that now had become important in the work that I was doing. Thanks, Matt. So one of the reasons I talk about my own history and my own culture and myself when I'm doing talks like this, and I do it with my students too, is because the role of story for Aboriginal people in knowledge transfer is vital. Indigenous communities all over the world transfer knowledge through stories. There are a range of other ways as well, of course, but fundamental to them is story, telling our story. The audience then can connect with that story and understand it for themselves. They understand who's telling them that story, and that helps to enable that story to create or to come to its fruition. And to fruition, I'm referring to the transfer of knowledge to the extent that we want it to be done. it happens in a lot of different ways. So, and I don't like the word traditional, but before the British came, it was done in a number of different ways. So the story is obviously telling the story about, and an example I often use when I do talking is young Indigenous boys learning to hunt, and let's say they were learning to hunt an emu. In today's world, if we're teaching a young boy how to hunt, one of the first things we do is teach them gun safety. They need to learn how to use the gun safely. Then we'll teach them about what they're going to hunt with it. In Indigenous communities, the first thing we learn about is whatever we're going to hunt. So the emu, for example, we'd learn everything we need to know about that animal. Where it breeds, the noises it makes, what food it likes to eat, how often it feeds, the difference between males and females, its breeding habits, its habitat, everything. And that was done often through stories, through dance, and through learning. And only once when a young boy had learned and shown that he's learned enough and understands the emu, would he then be able to learn how to hunt the emu. Because part of it, of course, is that notion of respect that we talked about. And I've had some ceremonies in Canada when I've been there visiting friends with the Cree people and learned about hunting the buffalo. And one thing I didn't know at the time, that a lot of teepees in Cree country are made almost exclusively from the buffalo. So the poles for the teepee are made from buffalo bones. The hide is used for the skin on the outside. Obviously the meat is used for cooking, and that is their respect to the buffalo. They would only hunt a certain amount, knowing that the buffalo needs to survive over the winter into the following year as well. So that notion of respect and story is really important in learning about everyday life. For us as Indigenous people today, it's no different. Everywhere you go, you hear, and I've heard the examples this morning when you've listened to Aboriginal people talking, we talk a little about ourselves, to locate ourselves and position ourselves within the story that you're hearing and what you're learning, so that you understand better understand, I should say, what it is that we're trying to teach. And teach isn't quite the right word. That's why I keep using the word knowledge transfer. Teaching is about assuming that I know everything that I'm talking about and you don't, and you need me to teach you. It's not like that. It's knowledge transfer. So I'm sharing some of my knowledge. You bring that together with the knowledge that you have and somehow find a way to improve the situation that you have. As I say, whether that be a personal thing, whether it be a work thing, a community thing, whatever it is, the transfer of knowledge is really important. As I've got there, art, dance, song, dreams, images, all of these things. I remember very clearly when I knew I was about to lose Mum, she told me she'd started having dreams about her parents being together and holding hands. And I knew then, it was about a month later Mum passed away, I knew then what was coming, and it allowed me to deal with that in a way that was kind of a wonderful thing, because I knew that was, Mum was at the end of her journey. She knew it, she was ready, and that allowed me to be ready too. So things like dreams and images are still a really important part of transfer, knowledge transfer for our people. It's not something that's lost in the past. It wasn't destroyed with colonisation like so many Australians think our culture has been. It's still a really important part of it. It's guided by those connections to land and country, the knowledge that we transfer. The stories all come from the land, from the country. They're shared by the people who live on that land and country now. We can't transfer a story from Woiwurrung country up to Larrakia country, where Ash is from. There'll be similarities, but we can't do that because our stories here belong here. Ash's stories from up there belong up there. We can share similarities and we can talk about different things, but the actual stories themselves and the sacred knowledge belongs in the land. And that's still important too. There is a phrase called songlines that some of you may have heard of, which would talk about young Aboriginal people moving along paths and stopping at certain points to learn specific things that they needed to learn. Now we call them songlines, that's a British word. It's not, there would have been actual words, native, local words to describe the process of learning in that way. And one of the things that, again, I talk to my students about constantly is the need for us in our Western, capitalistic, contemporary world today to understand the value of Aboriginal language. English can only explain half of what we see. The example I often use too is Uluru. Ayers Rock is a phrase that a lot of Australians use because it describes a big hard thing that sits on the land that's named after a guy who was a politician. There are hundreds of examples of those sorts of things around here. Melbourne, the city, for example, was named after a man who never came to Australia. Uluru talks about thousands and thousands of years of history and spirits and dreaming and lessons about history, about the present, about the future, all rolled into one word. And when you learn and grow up on that country, you know what all those stories are. You know what that word means. So the notion of songlines is about connecting language, country, history, spirits, all of this together. But remembering too that when we use English words, we're not really adequately describing this. So what all this does in terms of the stories I've got here is that teacher, and again, I don't like to use that word, but it's an English word that we use, connects with the learner as well as the content and the space that we're in. Story allows us to understand that you're hearing a story from an Aboriginal man who grew up in this town and sharing knowledge with you about his life and about Indigenous knowledge that hopefully you can go away with and benefit you in some way. And the way you do that will be different because you're taking it to a different context. Understanding the space that we're learning is as important as what we're learning as well. Thanks, Matt. So Indigenous culture today, as I've got there were central elements. And these aren't exclusive, and these aren't, as I often tell my students, I'm not an expert, even though my university tells me I should be. But these things, I think, are broad enough to sort of encapsulate what Indigenous culture is today. It's the land, and we've talked about that, and many of you understand that concept, and that's why you're here. The culture, which is represented in a number of different ways: language, dress, ceremonies, traditions, performances, like the wonderful one Ash gave us before, and of course people. Our connection to people is vital. And this is probably something that was the earliest lesson for me about the role of Indigenous culture today, not just for me, but in a broad sense. That I've met Aboriginal people who I've never seen before, and instantly with many, we have that connection. And I won't go through a whole story, but one of my dearly held stories that taught me as much as anything was about an ex-AFL player who played in the Yarra Valley just after he retired. We'd started talking about, this is in the late 90s, we'd started talking about using racist words to put him off his game. My career, I'd copped it, but on the footy field, Mum taught me, don't worry about it. So as a group of Aboriginal players playing together, we thought, why don't we try it? Before the game started, this player came over and gave me a hug. He'd asked about the other Aboriginal players in the league, gave me a hug and said, good luck, cuz. That was the end of any thought of using any of those terms. And it taught me, one, how wrong it was, but two, the importance of connection for Aboriginal people. I'd grown up in this town. I hardly moved out of this town. I went to university, but lived here that whole time and didn't really understand how important those connections are to Aboriginal people from other areas. He'd moved from another area to here. He wanted to connect with local culture. And that, as I say, that was my first real lesson in the value and the importance of that today. And one of my key lessons for my students too is understanding the role of this today, not just historically, but today. Thanks, Matt. So for thousands of years, that was who we were. Colonisation was about control. I'm not going to give you a history lesson, so I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but it was control that were adhering to these European Western values of what's important. The political system that we've got is the Westminster British system. The social structures we've got are very much based on the European nuclear family. The cultural traditions around speaking English, acting in that Western way, all very, very heavily influenced by capitalism. And I always say this to my students too, but think for yourselves at the moment, how many of you have made a decision today that was primarily based on capitalism, i.e., how much is it going to cost? Is that good value for money? Can I get it cheaper somewhere else? Every day we all make decisions like that without even thinking about it. And that's the powerful role of control that capitalism has played on our society, and one of the key reasons why Aboriginal culture has been so denigrated and so undervalued for so very long in this country. Thanks, Matt. And obviously the effect on Indigenous cultures, as I've just touched on too. We've lost a lot of our land. We've lost an awful lot of culture, particularly language. That's why I also emphasise how important language is for Aboriginal people. So much of our culture comes from it, and we've lost 90% of it. And the people. again, without going into too much history, in the 28 years from when Melbourne was initially colonised until Corranderk Reserve, for example, was set up, the Victorian Aboriginal population was decimated by 85%. There were only 15% left of us for a range of different reasons, but clearly the value of Indigenous people and culture wasn't anywhere near the level it should have been in the 1800s. And those kind of attitudes, they pervade contemporary society. We can see from some of our politicians today, some of the comments that they make it clear that they don't value Aboriginal people and culture as an important part of contemporary Australian society. Thanks, Matt. And so, responses as Aboriginal people, and this is where the notion of disaster recovery sort of fits in, I think, these concepts of what we do. Our responses have been, firstly, to resist colonisation. From the very beginning, many Aboriginal people resisted. I remember being taught that Australia was peacefully settled by the British in the 1700s. And the more I learned, I thought, maybe I don't understand what peaceful means, but this certainly doesn't look peaceful to me. Resistance has been there from the very beginning. Resistance doesn't necessarily mean complete rejection either. Resistance is resisting living a completely British way of life. So today, we are still resisting colonisation in our world today. And this event today is an example of that too. Reclaim and reaffirm. Reclaim who we are as Aboriginal people. We're not the Aboriginal people that Andrew Bolt says we should be. We don't all have to be dark-skinned. We don't have to grow up learning language and dancing and wearing makeup and lap-laps and standing on one leg with a kangaroo. I always worry when I try that I'm going to fall over. Hasn't happened yet. But we don't have to conform to those stereotypes. We're reclaiming who we are as Aboriginal people in the 21st century. We don't all look alike. We don't all sound alike. We don't all think alike. But we're all very, very proud of who we are and where we've come from. We reaffirm that connection. We reaffirm our connections to country. We do that by having acknowledgements, by welcoming non-Aboriginal people with us to do that, by welcoming non-Aboriginal people to connect to the land as well. We reaffirm and reclaim our culture by talking about being able to do what we want in how we express that culture, by not conforming to stereotypical white views of what Aboriginal culture should be. And we reclaim and reaffirm our connection as people. And I don't really need to say anything more about that. It is such an important part of who we are as Aboriginal people, and I try to make it an important part of everyone I come across who's a non-Aboriginal person as well, this notion of connection. Thanks, Matt. So that gets me onto these elements of Indigenous knowledge that I investigated in my PhD, and the more I think about this, and I'm just starting a project now to get a sense of what other Indigenous people think too, I come up with these 4 areas. Thanks, Matt. The first one is connection, and it won't be a surprise because I've said that about 15 times already. It is probably the most important aspect of Indigenous cultures all over the world that I've investigated and that I've experienced. And the more I think about it, it's probably the most important concept we have as a human race, as a group of human beings. And I need no other example than COVID. When COVID hit and we didn't know what was happening, we went nuts because everyone was buying all the toilet paper. But we went nuts also because we were disconnected. We were forced to be disconnected from each other. People often complained about the economic effect, but secondary, and more so now, we hear more and more experts talking about the mental effect of COVID, which means the disconnection that we found. My 13-year-old son is 13 now. He really struggled. He put on a lot of weight. He entered a bit of depression. We had to get him some help. He's come through the other side now, but he was a very clear victim of that disconnection, that inability to be able to connect with the people he wanted to. For Indigenous culture, it's about connecting with everything, understanding that everything is connected, including the land, of course, but also with each other, with our history, with our present, with our past. I've said that, with our future, is what I should have said. But it's also about understanding that everything is connected. We make one decision, it has an effect on other things in our lives too. So in pre-contact times for Indigenous people, the elders became elders because they understood all these connections. They understood the effect of different things on different people. It's what we often call today wisdom. It's not a groundbreaking concept, but it's something it's not often front of mind for us in today's world. Thanks, Matt. The next one is reciprocity. And that's essentially about understanding that everything that we do has an action, but it also impacts on other people and other things. And understanding that what we do should have a positive impact on others and not just ourselves. I remember when I was very young, Mum used to take me to Sunday school over the road at the church there, which was great fun on a Sunday morning. And I don't mean to disparage, I'm certainly not a religious person, but as a young kid, not understanding why, I'm learning on one hand about our Aboriginal spirituality, on the other hand, I'm learning that God created everything and He's the man type thing. And it was a little confusing, it was really boring, but one of the things I did learn was the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And it came across as something that God or Jesus or the Bible had told us, and that's where the wisdom came from. It had been happening all over the world for thousands and thousands of years before the Bible was even conceived as a concept of, what I call here reciprocity. Just understanding that doing things for yourself does no one any good. Together, we're all better. And reciprocity means that we put that at front of our mind. We think about our actions on others and what the impact that might have. Thanks, Matt. Third one is reflexivity, which is about just essentially checking ourselves from time to time. Not assuming that what you're doing is the right way to do it always. That environments change. For Indigenous people, Aboriginal Australians are the oldest living culture in the world for the primary reason that they are resilient, that they bounce back, but also because they respond to environmental changes. They understand who's in charge. We've heard it before, we've talked about Mother Nature and our intent, I guess, as a contemporary 21st century society to control it, as opposed to the reality of the situation for thousands and thousands of years of human history all over the world of responding to it and learning from it. And reflexivity is about that, responding to the environment you're in. So in your workplace, what you did 5 years ago might not be appropriate today. It might not be as effective as today. Things change and we need to respond and change to them. That is what resilience, or that's what underpins resilience too. So for Indigenous cultures, that's been as important as anything else either. That ability to respond and be reflexive of what can we do to get better and to improve. And the last one is context. So again, this relates specifically from an Indigenous context to land. That the knowledge we have comes from the land that we're on, we can't take it and put it somewhere else. We can't learn sacred things on this land and then teach someone on someone else's land as well. In this sense too, and in a contemporary sense I should say, it's about understanding the environment that you're in, understanding your workplace. In 10 years' time, what's your staff turnover like? If it's like most organisations, it's going to be fairly high, which means that environment's going to be different. That context is going to be different in 5 to 10 years' time than it is now. So things need to change. They need to be responsive to the environment that you're in. They need to fit the environment that you're in. Thanks, Matt. And so Indigenous culture today, we can go again, Matt, you can do a few more if you like. Again, as I've said before, Indigenous culture today in the 21st century is underpinned by respect, caring and sharing. It still is. Mum was born in 1930. There were a lot of things that I thought she didn't understand at all because she was born in 1930. One of them being a Collingwood supporter. Collingwood's no good anymore, Mum. I used to always joke when she wouldn't go out at night, she'd be sitting at home lying on the couch with no teeth like a typical Collingwood supporter. But of course, this is one thing where she's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Respect, caring and sharing remain the cornerstones of Indigenous culture. Now, we can use different words around it, but I think Mum put it really succinctly and really well when she talked about that. We need to listen to country today. It is no different to 1,000 years ago. The weather patterns that we have, they might be slightly different, but the same things happen. The sun comes up, the sun goes down, it rains, there's thunder, there's fires, there's floods. Nothing changes that. I didn't laugh, but I found it ironic when I was young and I learned about, I remember in the 1970s, for some of you older in the room, when Elizabeth Street flooded. And then people started to realise that Elizabeth Street was built on a river or a creek. Of course it's going to flood because nature dictates that's where water needs to go when we have too much. I find it a similar situation in Brisbane. I've talked to some Aboriginal people up there too, and the city often floods when they have too much rain because, again, water naturally flows to certain places. We need to understand and respond to that. We need to listen to country, and that includes everything, not just looking at the weather, not just listening to the Bureau of Meteorology, but looking at the patterns ourselves, understanding the reactions of the animals even, as Indigenous people did. This is what fosters resilience for us. Listening to country, listening to each other, understanding our connections. Thanks, Matt. Adapting to and learning from that changing environment, as I talked about before. All of the speakers you've heard today have talked about this notion of connection and in different ways what that means. And it's so important for us today to understand that. There are things that our environment's going to throw up that we're not prepared for. We know that. How we respond to that is the important part. And it's so similar with almost everything we do in our lives. How we react and how we respond dictates the type of people we're going to become. And for us, in this space too, connecting and maintaining connections with each other is really important, which is exactly the same thing that Aboriginal people all over the world have been doing for thousands and thousands of years to respond to trauma, to respond to disasters, to respond to natural things like floods and fires. Thanks, Matt. And finally, it's that working together for the common purpose. What is it we want to achieve? And I think in a lot of cases, that message there, that common purpose, isn't discussed. It isn't identified at the beginning. What do we hope to achieve? Because unless we know that, it's really hard to work together towards it, because everyone's going to be doing different things. So I guess in this space, about resilience as well, is identifying that. How are we going to get through this, and what do things look like for us when we are through it? We identify that, then we can connect and get through it. Because as I say, for Indigenous cultures all over the world, that's been the thing. It was very clear to Indigenous groups what the goal was. Everyone plays their role in the community and we live happily. We have enough food for everyone, we learn, we grow, and we live happy lives. Basically, that's what we're all after here too. We might go about it in different ways, but that's what we're trying to achieve here. So again, we're not reinventing the wheel. I teach a unit at Swinburne called Indigenous Enterprise and Entrepreneurship, and I talk about the word entrepreneurship seemingly being a new concept in business, for Europeans in particular. It's been happening all over the world, again, for thousands and thousands of years. I don't mean to bang on about that, but I'm banging on about it. Thanks, Matt. I think that's it. Yeah, so thank you. I just wanted to finish again by saying how important that notion of connection is, but also this is not, to me, this is not an exclusively Indigenous concept. This is not something that inherently, I wasn't born with this understanding. I've learned it. But it's important for us as Australians who live on this land that we can feel that connection to it, that we collectively feel that connection to it, that we embrace these ancient concepts of Indigenous knowledge that kept a group of people living on this land for longer than anyone else on earth. For some reason today we tend to disregard it and think, well, that's not important, it's old news and Aboriginal people aren't as intelligent. We still hold on to those really colonial attitudes of cultural superiority. We need to get rid of that and understand that we're all in it together. And that, as I say, that notion of connecting is what's, for me, respect, caring and sharing. That's what's going to make us a better place. Thank you.
I don't ever get sick of hearing him. I don't know why, but he always has something interesting to share with us. And I think your lecturing skills come out, Andrew, when you talk to us. But you do keep us engaged, and really do appreciate presenting today. Thank you. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting this gentleman yet, Leighton Lee, but Leighton's from southeast Queensland and he's the lead fire practitioner at Fire Sticks. We've had the privilege of our staff doing it at the Shire of Yarra Ranges as well, and sharing those practices with a lot of councillors and with a lot of other staff and community members as well. So I'm really looking forward to this one to find out what's happening in your space as well. So while I asked Leighton to come up, maybe I can share a little bit of a background about Leighton. And he's a descendant of the Thungari Bunjalung, I think, peoples. I hope I've said that right, and I don't mean to be disrespectful if I haven't. But he has a background in youth work and community services and cultural education as well. But he's been working with various mentors to continue and to preserve traditional knowledge from tool making with stones, timber and other natural materials, foods and medicines, the knowledge and the reintroduction of the right fire on country and the practical application of that. So would you all please help in welcoming Leighton to come and present for us? Thank you, Leighton.
Afternoon. It's nice to be down here. You can spot the Queenslander with the beanie and jacket on there, a mile away. So my name's Leighton Lee, Thungari Bunjalung Wildguard man, and yeah, I work as a cultural fire practitioner with Fire Sticks Alliance. If I just go to the first slide there, I think that's actually my bio, the next one. So if we can just go to the next one, please. So just to, I guess, first of all, I just want to acknowledge country and thank the mob for having me back down here again. It's the second time I've been able to visit here. Both times have been freezing, but it's been beautiful. Really need to, we talked about the importance of acknowledgement, and as a cultural practitioner, it's really important that, making that same point that, I didn't grow up with the knowledge that I hold, and that knowledge is still developing. So even though it says lead fire practitioner there, I'm still always going to be on a learning journey until the day that I leave this place. But I've got particular acknowledgements for Victor Stephenson and Dr. Musgrave and Dr. George, Kuku Taipan elders, who began this work over 3 decades ago, when a young Victor was working as a ranger. And the vision for those old people was to see traditional knowledge restored to communities across Australia, because they saw an issue and they had the solution. They knew they had that there, but it was a matter of actually, I was talking to somebody else before about breaking the rules to actually get change. So hearing some of those sort of stories and spending the last nearly 6 years working with Victor and also Dr. Peter Stanley, who have been my mentors in this space, and the families for allowing us to continue this work that the old people wanted to see preserved and ongoing for future generations. If I could just go to the next slide, please. So we refer to this as cultural intellectual property, and basically that's an understanding that, we have had a number of speakers here today, and the knowledge that they and experiences that they speak on remains their knowledge and their cultural property. And I'll just sort of let you read that, partly because I can't actually see it from there. But yeah, it's something that's really important in the space that we work in, because when cultural knowledge isn't, I guess, understood in its entirety, that's where we really start to see a lot of issues come up with the practices themselves, as well as just it's just understanding that, you know, these things, as it was mentioned before, stories and songs and knowledge belong to place. All of the work that we do with Fire Sticks is place-based. So we can't apply the exact same principles when we're talking about fire to many different places. We can apply some of the fundamentals, but it still comes down to the local knowledge of the places where we're working with as well. And there's a lot of different things that go into that. How many people fish here? There's usually a few. If you're going to a new fishing spot and you see an old fella there and he's got an esky full of fish, I don't know about yous, but I'd be having a look at what I got for bait. I'd be looking at what he's got, and I'd be asking, "Oh, what do you use for bait there?" He might tell me, he might not tell me to bugger off. But the importance of that local knowledge, that fella's probably been fishing there for 50 years, and he knows the exact spot, and he might know the exact times to go fishing. So sitting down, and he's probably not going to tell me straight away. So I might need to sit down and have a little bit of a yarn first. Let him get to know me to get to know him, and as part of that relationship building. But it's really, really important that that relationship building is something that starts in the very, very beginning. Because that local knowledge, there's sacred local knowledge, and then there's shared local knowledge. If I can just jump to the next slide. A lot of what I talk about and refer back to very often is identity. And when we're talking about identity on the landscape, we're talking about things like the soils. You've got black soils, dark soils, sandy soils, hard soils. You've got all these different soils, and you've got trees and grasses, and they all belong in different places in different combinations. It's not always going to be the same in every place. So again, it's place-based. We might have gum country that has a particular, might be a kangaroo grass. In other places, it might be a tussock grass. So all of these things are place-based in the landform. Now those 4 top ones are probably things that people would have a look at and they go, okay, yep, you know, we look at those things from an ecological point of view when we're talking about fire and the landscape and how fire and the landscape responds to fire. What's often missing from a lot of fire management on this continent is the bottom 3. Looking at the cultural values of the place where it is. So we've got medicine country, we've got hunting grounds, we've got places where we camp in the wet times, we've got places where we'll go according to our seasons. When we look at those cultural values, we're looking at all of the good things that our landscapes have to offer. And it's not we've talked about, it's been discussed already, the reciprocity. And it's not just a case of us going in and taking from the land, it's about what we're giving back. And there's 2 key things that Aboriginal people all over this continent have contributed back to country. And the first one is fire, to help clean up and regenerate, allow the germination of different species to flower and seed. And the other one is harvesting, which comes down to just the cultural practice of people's everyday being on the landscape. We go to a lot of different places. I've seen a lot of different country and met a lot of different communities. Hey, sound like Russell Coit now. I've seen a lot of different landscapes and places, and one of the things that that I find all over most of the places where I've been is that it's almost like an invasion of wattle or acacia species. And I always ask myself, you know, what'll we do? Nah. Sorry, they get worse as it goes on. And the big part of that is not just when hot fires are activating those seeds, but the key thing that's missing is the people back on the landscape. Because for thousands of years, wattle seeds have been used for foods. And without the people there harvesting those seeds, we have a giant seed bank of these wattle seeds. So when we get those bushfires that come up, we actually have, and you can see it sometimes quite clearly, they're like stands that are towards the end of this. I've got a number of photos that I'll sort of just talk through as well. But we have these stands, and they're almost in a circular shape right next to each other, of where every wattle seed has been activated, because it's a hard shelled seed, and that hot fire that comes in activates those seeds, and then they grow up this close together. People can't move through that country. Animals can't move through that country. The land essentially becomes not completely useless, but we can't use it because we can't move through it. When we talk about the identity as well, we're also talking about the movement of people according to those seasons, where people will be. It was mentioned before, during those flood times, people go up to, a lot of the high country, which, funny enough, around that time is when a lot of that high country will burn. So when we start looking at that, and we're not talking about, just burning so we can chase a couple of kangaroos, we're talking about burning for next time, always preparing for the next season, for the next generation, because as Indigenous people, we have a massive responsibility towards country. The other thing that we talk about quite a bit when we're running workshops is the memory of the land. The land has its own memory, whether people refer to that as a seed bank, whether people refer to that, the other part of that, is sound. So when you think about sounds that the landscape has been familiar with for thousands and thousands of years, and those frequencies, so the sound of people singing, talking, fighting over the last witchetty grub, no. But, and the sounds of when people are making things on country, so those are the sort of sounds that the landscape remembers, and we're talking about frequencies. When we start introducing new things into that landscape, especially when we're talking about using fire as a management tool, what do we bring in? We bring in slip-on fire units with big motors, we bring in chainsaws, bulldozers, you've got radios, people yelling on the radios and panicking. You've got all this other sound and noise. You can't hear the birds, so the birds can't actually tell you if the fire that you're putting in is right, or you can sort of see. But it's that memory of the land. When we have that sound, it's a shock to the landscape, and the landscape sort of, oh, what's that? If you imagine, it's very, very different, but how we feel inside ourselves listening to something like some really hardcore heavy metal music, and then maybe something a little bit like the bird song, what we heard before, or some classical music or something like that, vastly different to how that makes us feel and react. And the landscape's no different. The same as, so when we talk about identity, the same as people have our own communities, our own language, our own foods. So some people may harvest or trade specific foods, whether that be things like eels or fish or grass seeds or stones, other things like that. When we have those things there, that fits into part of our economy, but it's really, I've completely lost track of what I was talking about then. Sorry? No, I thought somebody knew what I was thinking. We have all these different things that they form our cultural values on the landscapes, but that's where I was getting at before, was the sound. And the alignment, that's where it was. See, full circle right back. I'll get there. So the identity in our landscapes how there's all different qualities. We've got medicine country, we've got all these different assets on our landscapes, the same as we have with people. We have people who have different languages, different foods, different things that we can harvest, and the landscape's no different. So our natural law and our social law is very much the same. When we look at our natural law, we have areas like, if we would have referred to them as clans. So we've got, gum country, we've got, stringy bark, we've got coastal heath, we've got desert country, we've got ironbark country, we've got all these different species or communities. And within those communities, you have the trees, you have the grasses, and you have the soils, and you have the qualities and the cultural values of those places. Identity is one of the key things that's missing at the moment in a lot of our landscapes, because a lot of our landscapes are managed the same way. Just because some things are an open eucalypt forest, within that description we have so many more specific ecosystems that fit in there that all require their own management. Talking about the management of those places, and every time we put our fire in, we're not just looking at how much are we going to be able to burn, we're looking at all sorts of things, from the breeding patterns of the animals to the curing of the grasses. Are the grasses that are in that place the grasses that belong in that country, that give the right smoke and the right temperature when we burn them? We're looking at all of these sort of things. So what we tend to have sometimes now is we'll have multiple ecosystems that are burnt in, whether they're agency burns or private property owner burns, and what that actually does is create a monoculture throughout all those systems, and usually the ones that will pop up and dominate are the ones that don't belong there because they've seen the wrong fire on those landscapes. So I've written down a few things here as well. So we talk a lot about fire and water, and they actually go hand in hand. So fire is directly related to the cleanliness of water. It's directly related to the sort of rainfall that we get. There was a study that was done after the 2019-2020 bushfires and the wet season that never really stopped for 2 years afterwards. And they actually contributed that wet season to the amount of stuff that actually went up into the atmosphere and caused an extended wet. When we have a look at how things were hundreds of years ago to now, we're seeing a 1 in 100-year flood event almost yearly or every second year. So we're seeing bigger fires, which is also leading to bigger floods. So a couple of 100 years ago, we would have more frequent, smaller, gentle fires, and much the same with the rains. You still have, move that one over there. We still have our wet seasons, and we have times that our waters, our rivers and our creeks will flood. But we're only supposed to see, any time now that we get big floods and big rains and things like that, the first thing that we see is the colour of the water. It goes all that silty colour. What we should actually be seeing is only the first flood have that silty water. After that, we should be seeing nice and clean water. Those first big rains is part of what sort of helps clean up that landscape. And if you've ever seen those fellas on YouTube where they make the water filter things out of the, got a bit of dead grass, green grass, charcoal, sand and gravel, the landscape is much the same. So if you think about all the different stages of curing and different vegetation, different soils that water has to go through to get into the waterways, and the carbon that stays in the soil, we're actually looking at a natural filtration system. Because you imagine, well, water was the life of of everybody. Without clean water, people couldn't survive. So it was really, really important to look after that, and the sand in the rivers as well. If we just jump to the next slide, please. So we have a lot of issues with our landscapes, from neglect. I've seen a whole heap of places that are, you know, it says this area is no access, and places are just left to essentially just that ecosystem will just collapse on itself, because country needs people. It's had people interacting with it for thousands of years. Incorrect fire regimes, whether they're bushfires or fires that are putting incorrect time. Overcrowding, which is often a result of the wrong fire or the absence of fire. You start getting a recruitment of the wrong vegetation, and it really comes in and starts taking over. Introduced species, native invasive species. So those native invasives, again, will come in through the absence of fire or the wrong fires. Grazing and agricultural practices that are just not sustainable. There are ways to be able to tie in and balance some of these practices, because I really like steak and lamb and a lot of those meats and things like that. But we can also do it in a better way that the land benefits and the native animals still benefit as well. Remember, all of our activities on landscapes need to benefit everything, and that's part of that reciprocity. Quite often we look at that particular skink or cockatoo, and people will go in and do stuff just to favour that one species because it's endangered. But what we miss is that they're one piece of a living network within that ecosystem. Land clearing for development and soil disturbance, again, changes into how our waterways are managed, but not only that, with the soil disturbance, we actually start activating and seeing the recruitment of a lot of less desirable species. There's a place where I went out in southwestern Queensland, and the first time I went out there, you see this giant levee where all the soil had been pushed up to this big pile, and then I came back 3 months later and it was bare the first time. I come back the second time and it was just covered in the lignum. That was the only spot that it had just activated everywhere. There was nothing else that was growing in that spot, but because of the soil disturbance, it just changes what we do. The other thing with the soil disturbance is that a lot of our carbon is actually stored underground, so we're actually releasing that by soil disturbance. One of the first things that I learned doing the work that I do is that if I dig a hole, it gets covered back over. And it's only over the last few years I've started to really understand why that is. We talked before about the lack of harvesting and the absence of people practicing culture on the land. And it's not that people were specifically doing something to manage the landscape, it was just everyday practice. You know, people harvesting and collecting foods, making sure that there's enough green grass there for the animals, making sure that we weren't burning out all the hollow logs that are important habitat. Really just looking after things for the next generations. Currently, legislation and laws do not reflect the needs of country. Somebody mentioned funding earlier. If we have short-term funding, we're going to get short-term results. If we have long-term funding, we're going to start seeing some long-term results. We've got so many landscapes that really require intensive 10 to 20-year intervention from people to restore it and bring it back to health. So many occasions now we want to see the results, we want to see it now. It's that instant gratification feeling that we seem to sort of get. The other thing when we're talking about those soil disturbances, we refer to the land as our mother, Mother Earth. how we treat our mother says a lot about us as a person. So when we're interacting with our mother, are we sort of, walking past and just sort of push her out of the way, or I'd get slapped doing that, I wouldn't even think about it. But, we will be taught. And much in the same way, when we're applying fire, we're very gentle, and, we sing out and we give fair warning. And that's when we liken the earth or the land to ourselves as a person. What happens when we injure our skin? If it's only gentle, it'll grow back. Well, for me, I get a bit of colour back. But if we cut deep enough into our skin or burn our skin hard enough, like you were saying before, it will never be the same. And this is where understanding the identity of the country that we're working in is really, really key and crucial to how we interact with landscapes, not only to prevent, disasters and also maintain the health, but having a look at how we rebuild that place. And again, everything is place-based. So how things are up in the mountains is going to be different from how things are down in the lower lying areas, even though they might have the same vegetation. So it's really, really important that when we do look at our landscapes, that it is a place-based thing. We can't necessarily just pick out everything what we're doing here and put it there. There might be portions or elements of that, but that's why it's really, really important, especially to listen to the stories and the people who have been here for thousands of years, because even though the more recent footprint's only been not quite 300 years, it's still a significant footprint in that short amount of time, but there's so much that we can learn when we start looking back. Science is starting to understand and I guess dive a little bit deeper in explaining what Indigenous people have always known and developed in their knowledge, because our old people have had to adapt and change through these different cycles and seasons for thousands and thousands of years. If we just jump to the next slide there, please. Getting ahead of myself here. So how is traditional knowledge relevant today? A lot of people say, the landscape's changed, we've got different species, we've got, everything's different. On the surface, things might look very different, but the fundamental level has not changed. It is still there. The knowledge and the memory of the landscape, what the landscape needs, still remains the same. And that's really just understanding and maintaining the identity of that place, the same as people. We look at things like, tree planting, and we can look at that a couple of different ways. When we talk about the landscape being a reflection of people, what happened when people came here to this continent? What happened with a lot of our people and our children? They were taken away. Much the same, we do the same thing with a lot of our seeds. The seeds are taken from their country and they're planted in other places. It's really, really good to see when places are, have been harvesting seeds from that place and they go back into that same place. The only other issue that I really find with the tree planting is, there's two other things. One is just getting the right species. Just because something's native, it doesn't mean it belongs. And the other thing is those little triangle, little pieces of plastic. We're just walking through yesterday and talking about them, but there's opportunities to replace those. I won't tell you now because I've got to trademark it first. No. But it's some of those little things, although those trees have been planted with the best of intentions, we actually contribute to other problems. So every action that we have effects on a much larger scale. So it's really, really important that we start understanding that. One of the other things, actually no, I'll get into that in a minute. I'll get into that later. I'll get into that later. Okay, if I can go to the next slide, please. What does appropriate engagement look like? This is actually a question that, that I get quite often. And people going, oh, I'm not sure how to engage with the traditional owners in my area. And it's not going to be the same everywhere, because different places, place-based, again, might have different protocol. Or, you know, you were saying before about the women burn in some places. Other places it might be men. Other places it's everybody. So it's really, really important that we understand that everywhere is going to be different, but a really, really key thing, co-design from the beginning. You know, don't get a project together, $2 million project, it's all scoped out, it's all doing this, okay, now we need to get some traditional owners to be involved. Start that process in the beginning, because it may actually save you a lot of money as well. I guess two examples of that is there was a reef project that a group wanted to do, and they wanted to put all these artificial reef blocks in. They scoped it out, put a big pitch into the TOs, and they said, well, actually, no, it's not going to work there, because we want to try and get our grasses back for our dugong, because we don't have enough dugong there. It would be better over here. So they've had to re-scope their entire project because it wasn't co-designed from the beginning. Another one was, I think it was about $30,000 that a council had spent to go and plant out a reserve behind some houses, only to find out that all of those species of plant that they bought in don't actually belong there. They belong down, they're all river species. So when the same council said, oh, we want to get some cultural fire workshops happening up here, I said, well, you're going to lose all these plants because they don't belong here. They're not going to survive the fire. So working with TOs from the beginning, really, really important. Even just for that logistics of being able to organise everything and make sure that all the values align. Obviously, everybody has different objectives sometimes, but generally there's a common objective. I think that was spoken about before. I'm not copying anybody else's thing. But I guess, you know, it just reinforces that message that, you know, people have different values, and it's when people have a common goal, that's really the first thing that brings people together. Building those relationships early. I know it'd be a lot easier for me to go and ask somebody to help me with something if I already had a relationship with them, than if I just sort of turn up, oh, hey, yeah, I got this thing on here. Oh, yeah, I'm Leighton, by the way. So really just building those relationships organically. And that can look a whole heap of different ways, whether it's lots of cups of tea, whether it's, you know, just time to sit around the fire, just going to community events and actually just getting to meet people and hearing their stories. Consulting the right people to speak for country too. One of the things that I'm always really clear on when I'm running a workshop somewhere with different groups is I'm not actually speaking on behalf of the mob that I'm there with. I'm working with the groups to help them build their knowledge where they want to build that. The other part of that is I go into communities by invitation. You imagine if, and you've probably all got that one family member, you imagine somebody just rock up to your house unannounced. Imagine that if that was somebody that you didn't know. So it's the same thing when we look at it from a community perspective. So to get somebody like myself or another fire practitioner to just come into a community that knows nothing about it, they might already have their own fire practitioners in that community as well. I know I'd be upset. The active and non-restrictive participation, and you know, where possible, having community lead. That's a really big one. and it actually sort of fits in under the next bit with the barriers. Things like PPE and having the piece of paper with the qualifications, you know, sometimes that's a deal breaker in a lot of places. So one of the things that, you know, if there are barriers, let's work through them. So, you know, can we provide PPE? Can we provide the training? And that's some of those early discussions where people can start filtering out what those barriers are, because I've heard of a number of burns that have been run, and the mob's been invited out. They come and do a welcome, and once the fire's on the ground, or they might get them to light the fire, and then they're going to go wait in the car park outside of the fireground because they don't have PPE or they haven't done the firefighter training. So working around some of those sort of things. I'm a big believer that the firefighter training is a necessary thing that people should be building, because it's an understanding too. Not everything always goes right. There are mistakes made when we're reading country, especially when things don't happen the right way. But it's important to understand what are the potential consequences if this goes wrong. And then, do I have the skills and the knowledge to then handle that problem? One of the things that I haven't also mentioned, so I'm also a volunteer firefighter with my local brigade. I was deployed to Canberra in 2020. And that experience was a terrible experience, and it wasn't just the firefighting. It was actually listening when we were off the fireground, listening to a lot of the attitudes of people and their, I guess, lack of respect and lack of care for country. It was like, you know, I'm here because I can legally light fires and nobody can charge me. Or it was that, you know, this gets them away from the wife, or things like that. So it was really a bit of an eye-opener to see a bit of a perspective. And as my first deployment, I just sat back and just sort of listened. And I actually had an argument with one of the guys on my truck from our brigade, because they wanted to put in a 15-kilometre fire break with the drip torches. And I said, well, why do we have to link the whole thing up? Can't we just put a spot over here, cruise up, put another spot in, cruise up, put another spot? And he said, no, because this is where they're telling us to do it. I said, well, you can do it. I'll sit here and watch you. 2 days later, we went out, and one of the mob was leading the burn for national parks, and he said, okay, put your drip torches back on your trucks. We're going to put a spot in here. We're going to put a spot in there, and do it like that. And I sort of turned and looked at this fella. I was a bit smug too, because I was pretty new on the scene, and I thought, okay, yeah, I got you. But yeah, it was something that the understanding about fire, just seen as a really bad thing. And I understand people's experiences are different when it comes to fire, and that's completely justifiable. Like, you know, if we have a bad experience with fire, you know, that's what we have experienced with it. Part of, I guess, my role is to show people all the good things that fire can do. We know the damage that fire can do, but I think a lot of people have still got a lot to learn in the many good things that fire can do, bringing in wildlife and bringing in animals, and people play a really important part in that process. Just double check. I wrote down a couple of extra things that I wanted to yarn to earlier. The other part of that is, as well, when we're talking about land management, it's not all about the fire. People think that I sort of go out places and I just want to burn stuff. Sometimes you actually can't burn places as they are, because you'll only recreate something, you know, much worse. So that's where we're talking about other interventions and interactions on the landscape that don't include fire. So when I talk about the thickening of the wattles or other native invasives and things like that, we're talking about actually getting people on foot with hand tools, so not in big bulldozers and bobcats and chainsaws, actually out there selectively looking through and manicuring that landscape, being very, very selective, and that's where the cultural knowledge of, okay, what's this plant here? Oh, yeah. Oh, what does it do? Okay, how do I do it? Understanding a lot of those things from our cultural values helps to inform us of what actions and what we actually leave on that landscape. And it's not land clearing, but again, that comes back to where legislation, so you're actually committing an offence, and I haven't owned up to it. But current legislation, you're not actually supposed to be removing native vegetation, but that's what country needs. When you see some of the photos in some of the other slides, you'll sort of see a little bit of what I'm talking about. I did have a time-lapse video, but I don't think it actually went through as a video. But if we can go to the next slide, please. I think it might be some of those photos. Yeah. So I just talk through a couple of photos there, and then what I'd actually like to do, because I can sit here and talk all day, is actually open it up for if anybody has any questions, or if I have time. I just saw you stand up. But yeah, otherwise catch me after, if you can catch me. I'm quick. So this burn here was a burn that we did on Mununjali country. And I only really picked this one out because this is a beautiful photo. This grass, oh, I can't pull that away, can I? Oh, sorry, you can still hear me. This grass through here is lady grass. And anybody that's burned lady grass before knows you can get flames this high, or you can get flames down here, depending on when you burn it. And when we burn through that, we left a lot of patches all unburned, and we have to actually treat that differently to how we manage a lot of the other native grasses and stuff too. What you'll see on this side is a really thickening of acacias, and they came up after the 2019 bushfires. But yeah, it was just a beautiful moment. That was the first burn from this year. And we had full moon come up, and it was just, yeah, beautiful. We could just change to the next slide, please. This is a before photo. So this one here was in national parks that had a bushfire 15 years prior, and about after 5 years, they had wattle like this all through there, and they thought, we'll put another hot fire in to get rid of all that wattle. But you can see everything is just so matted up, the animals can't get through. We can't get through to a lot of our resources and other things there. And the next slide is a bit of an after picture of where you can start seeing country open up. We go to the next slide, please. So we can start to see, you can see where it's still thick on that side, but you can start to see some of the trees that are in there and they belong there. You can start to see the grass trees. It feels like a space where you can actually move. The next important thing after that is getting that next fire that's going to be good for that country. We can't just go in and burn it any time. If we just change to the next slide, please. Oh, that's just that other one, but a different part of the Mununjali burn that we did. We go to the next slide, please. This one here was a hazard reduction burn on Gari, but we can see just how much of that canopy has been scorched, and that was maybe 3-4 weeks before we came, but you can already see all the leaf drop that's come back after that. And I guess with the thresholds of when a lot of places burn 3, 5, 7 years, you know, that's all going to be sitting there. And it actually takes quite a while for a lot of that burning on sand as well. So the way that our leaves burn and our grasses burn are very, very different. So these are all the different things, like it's not rocket science, it's more complex than that. Thinking about all of the different things that we have to take into consideration when we're doing things. The next slide, please. This one here, actually this was a really special one. This is out at my first cultural mentor's property. And you can sort of see, you know, a bit through here. This was before we came in and worked. If we go to the next slide, it's the same spot. That country's just opened up. You can now see down to the front gate. The trees have space to move. He did say to me, he said, "Oh, how am I going to bloody hide down the back here now? Susie's going to see me and she'll know if I'm there." We can't hide down there now. But that's, you know, the first step, but understanding which of these trees belong here and should be here is the first part of it. And that's where engaging with traditional owners and understanding the values, cultural values of each place is really, really important. If we could just go back to that last slide again, and then back to that again. Oh, no, back to. So if we could go back 2 slides. Yep. So and then we have just forwards one. So there's a big difference. It looks like a completely different space. I had to make sure I got those 2 trees in, otherwise, yeah. And if we go forward to the next slide there. This is a big issue that we have. So cypress pine, so that's an invasive one. But we have to be very, very careful. Oh. So with this place here, it's very, very different. These cypress don't belong here. They're a native, but they don't belong. And we actually saw at the beginning of the year, was it this year and last year, a lot of these places go up on fires, and those fires are just uncontrollable. The next slide will show you what happens when people try and backburn those fires. So you can see they've just put a couple of little things in. At that time of the year, these things are highly, highly flammable. And we can't fight fires the same way or without that, the knowledge of these things. So these fires that went on, the fire scars on those landscapes, and these were on sand as well, some of them, is very, very different to how a lot of other fires are fought. And I think if we jump to the next slide there, this is just looking at grasses. So on your left-hand side is where we've got the introduced grasses. You can see they dry out the soil. It's not as rich. And on your right-hand side is soil taken from under native grass. So it's a really, really big difference, and it's the importance of having those right grasses on the country. If we just jump to the next slide, please. This is after 2019 fires, 4 or 5 months post-fires. You can see there's a mass recruitment of stuff. Some of this stuff belongs in here, some of it doesn't, but a lot of people will go in and they go, "Oh, look, it's all coming back." But we got the wrong species coming back, and a lot of this has been left. So that's been 7 years now. Oh, my maths is terrible. 5 years now. And all this, as was discussed before, is ready to go again. And it's going to be worse than what it was before. The southeast Queensland and southern Queensland is in a really really bad space at the moment for if we get those dry seasons again. If we go to the next slide again, you'll see that's the same place, but that was for kilometres and kilometres, that same, what we refer to as upside down country. So this was with the Queensland Murray-Darling catchment rangers and Millmerran Landcare. But there's quite a bit of work to be done, and I guess put a bit of stuff in perspective. We cut some of those wattles out that morning. That afternoon, they burned. We had, it was right after rain, and we knew we could protect the soils, but the flammability of some of these species are not something to be underestimated. If we jump to the next slide, I'm trying to think how many more I had there. This was tabletop or Mirwa. This is a burn that we did. All the equipment that you see there, that's all that we had for that fire, and that's just burning through the grass. If you look in the background, there's another hazard reduction burn happening. We copped a lot of flack for this because it's right outside of Toowoomba, and people go, "Oh, that explains the smoke all through town." But half an hour after we finished burning and we walked all the way back down, if we go to the next slide, you'll see where we were burning. So just up the top there, walk in, walk out, and yeah, there's no smoke hanging around or anything like that. If we go to the next slide, and this is just an example of what happens when a lot of country doesn't see any fire. We start getting a lot of these fire-dependent species being choked out by vines and other species as well. Next slide, I think that might be the last one. No. This is where we talk about fires across multiple ecosystems. So this fire that went through here was the same fire. But you can see one side of that gully is green, the other side never actually had anything grow back for about 8 months. And it was all part of the same fire. Even speaking with the rangers who did this fire, still didn't compute. So really, really important for that resilience and that health of country that we really get these right. I think that was the last slide. No. But we'll skip through the next one. I think that was just a couple of key take-home points. And yeah, we just really need to think about, for our future generations, if we're going to leave them an environmental debt or an inheritance. That's ultimately what it comes down to, and how we move forwards with stuff. But yeah, thank you very much for your time. I hope I've, I guess, challenged some thinking, opened eyes up for some other stuff, and at the very least had a couple of funny jokes in there, somewhere in between. But yeah, thank you very much.
It's certainly very interesting. I get fascinated by it, and I think you're so right. You talked about some of the natural disasters that we've been having, once every 50 or 100 years, but they seem to be happening on a more regular basis, and the ferociousness of the floods and the fires is just alarming. So my question would be to those that are not thinking about Aboriginal ways of knowing, being and doing, how's that been working for you? So, talk about our country. Let's talk about our way as well. Let's quickly have, again, just put your hands together and thank Leighton. We do wish, on behalf of the Wurundjeri people, we wish you a safe passage home again as well, and thank you for coming on our country and being respectful as you do that. As with all our presenters, we do wish you all a safe journey home. Let's have a quick break, and on the other side of this break, we're going to hear from Nikki about Una. Okay, if we can ask for everybody to be seated again, please. So, Dr. Eastman, can we be seated? Did you hear that? Dr. Eastman, can you be seated? Okay, thank you everybody for coming back. We've only got a short session to finish off with. So next we're going to be hearing from Nikki, and then Nelson will come on and close the afternoon for us. So while I have the opportunity, I would like to thank you all for attending today. I think you would all say that it's been quite informative, and we've had some great presentations, but as I said, Nelson will close the afternoon for us. So let me introduce Nikki Madgwick, and she's a proud Worimi Biripi woman from New South Wales. Nikki has been around the hills and on beautiful Wurundjeri country for quite a while now. I've known her mum for many, many years, and now I know Nikki very well as well. And she spent most of her life on Wurundjeri country, but she works for UNA, which is the Una Belonging Place, which is an Aboriginal community-controlled organisation. Their head office is in Badger Creek Road in Hillsville, but they do have satellite sites in other areas that Nikki might even touch on later. But their Aboriginal corporation services that they do, Nikki is actually the manager of the cultural events, but they provide many, many services for community and are well utilised. So please help me in welcoming Nikki to the stage. Thank you, Nikki.
Thanks everyone. I appreciate your patience as well. I know it's been a long day, but I feel like we've just been so fortunate to hear such incredible wisdom and listen to the speakers be so generous in their storytelling and their sharing. And so I really appreciate that. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's helped make today happen, especially Nelson, Sam, Darren, Gary, everyone at council, and amazing tech people as well who make all this possible, and all the wonderful speakers. So thank you, Annalie, for your warm introduction. And before I get stuck into my presentation, I would just like to acknowledge this beautiful country that we're all gathered on today, the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my deep respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I feel very blessed to have grown up on this country and be so strongly connected to this community, and it has such a special place in my heart. Alrighty, we'll jump to the next slide, please. I've tried to be a little fancy here. So I hope you appreciate it. So a little bit about where I work. I work for Una Health and Community Services Aboriginal Corporation, and as Lee mentioned, we are situated, our heart and soul, just on Badger Creek Road, but we do have admin offices located on the main street here in town, and a new Kilsyth location, which is actually where I've been relocated to. We haven't officially opened that or launched to the public yet, but please watch this space because we're very excited to share clinics and outreach supports from that site. But we originally started from community consultation, and so there's conversations dating back to the late 90s of community identifying that they're wanting a welcoming and culturally affirming space where they can gather together and share with non-Indigenous and Indigenous community members for information, services, programs that benefit us all. And so in 2007, there was a feasibility study that went through, and in 2009, December 2009, we were incorporated under HICSA, or Hillsville Indigenous Community Services Association. And so this organisation has a particularly fond spot in my heart, as well as my mum, along with many key people in this room here today, and some that have passed on to the Dreaming as well. We're founding members of UNA, formerly HICSA. And so it is something that is really special to me that I'm able to continue that work and give back to my community so generously. Over the years, we have continued to work to achieve community goals and reflect what community want and need. And the dream and the vision for Una developed into it being an Aboriginal community-controlled health organisation. So in 2019, we were incorporated, and so we are officially an ATCHO now, which means that we've been able to go for different funding streams, particularly in that health sector, and allow us to expand our service delivery, our supports, our staff, our infrastructure. If some of you have gone past Badger Creek Road recently, you may see the plans finally up at the front of Una Belonging Place for our dream site, our dream development. And those conversations were happening with community when I started 8 years ago at the organisation. So it is a very exciting time for us, and we hope that we continue to grow and support our community. In the next slide, I'll just show you how much our catchment has grown. So we originally started off servicing the Yarra Ranges, and now we actually cover 8 LGAs. So as you can see, it's quite a large footprint. We cover Murrindindi, Yarra Ranges, Manningham, Maroondah, Knox, Whitehorse, Monash and Boroondara. So it's an incredible footprint. It is a very, very large space to service, but we're delighted that we're able to support community far and wide and represent inner east and outer east, metro and rural spaces. And hopefully as we continue to grow and adapt our service delivery, we'll see a lot of those community members coming full circle, like myself, going from participating in our services and our activities to coming to work for our organisation. So that would be an incredible thing to see. We'll go to the next slide, please. So, what do we do? What can we do to help support MOB? We have an extensive social emotional wellbeing outreach team that are absolutely incredible, and now that we have the Kilsyth office, we're able to have that as a bit of an outreach hub for more inner locations of our clients. We have mental health nurses on staff who help tremendously with interventions, with transitions for a lot of our community, and just do incredible work that I feel like is otherwise really hard to access if you're going through more mainstream channels. And so it's really direct, person-centred, trauma-informed care. We have our stepped care, which is counselling and community-based supports that all our social emotional wellbeing workers and mental health nurses feed into that data with the work that they do. We have AOD or alcohol and other drug-specific supports, and we've just taken on, we've got an AOD worker, and now we've also got a trainee in that space. So that's a service that we're starting to grow and expand upon, which is really exciting to see. And with our outreach team, our social emotional wellbeing workers, our AOD support workers, they also occasionally will link in with our group activities and so build rapport with a lot of our community members and be a soft referral point into those services. And that's part of our holistic model of care, that we really try to make sure that we know not every community member is going to be a direct intake form into those services. Some of them you really got to build up those connections, build that trust, become that familiar face for them before they start sharing what's really going on or what's really happening. We also do have brokerage funding, and so we understand that sometimes community might want to access these supports, but we're not the right fit. We may not have the exact support that they need, or they want someone who's a bit removed from community or from the situation, or they might just have a preference of a psychologist, for example, that they already have a history with or they've been recommended. And so we do have some brokerage funding to support that, to ensure that they're still getting those supports and understanding that we may not always be the right fit, and that's okay too. We have our elder care program. This is quite new. We're very fortunate we have an elder care program coordinator, and we do also have a support worker in that space. And so they've developed some group activities, and then they'll also be linking in with our elders and supporting their needs, navigating things like aged care. And if they also just need to link in with those additional like social emotional wellbeing supports and things, we know a lot of our elders find themselves a little disconnected, and so again, it's that kind of gentle, soft referral point, and there's someone who is a regular, familiar face for our community who can just sit and listen to them. And sometimes that's really what our elders need is just someone to sit and listen to them and to feel heard. We also have our Bringing Them Home worker, and so she does incredible work helping with family history, family tracing, confirmations of Aboriginality applications, and then also supports into our group activities as well. And so she coordinates one of our initiatives, Earth, Heart, Spirit, which is an Aboriginal women's group. And so again, she's building that rapport, letting them know about her services that she does within her role, but then also getting to sit with these women and just listen to them and see what's going on and see if they need to get linked into anything else or other supports. We'll jump to the next slide. As I mentioned, with our accreditation, that allowed us to broaden our service delivery, including our clinical service delivery and allied health supports. So we have regular podiatry, and as someone who has personally used that, it is life-changing. And again, brokerage with that. So if people need custom orthotics or different items like that, we do have limited brokerage where we can have that with no out-of-pocket expense for community members. We have regular optometry, audiology, paediatric clinics, which are now fortnightly. And so while there is a wait list for that, it is incredibly significantly less than if you were to follow mainstream channels. And so that's services that are delivered primarily through our Hillsville site at the moment. And when we launch that Kilsyth site, we'll also be able to bring some clinics down the line as well. And so saving a lot of our families the hassle, especially if they've got kids that have additional needs or sensory issues and things like that, going all the way into Melbourne for an appointment where they're going to rock up already overstimulated and already, uncomfortable and distressed. And a lot of our community already feel a sense of unease or anxiety going into those clinical spaces because of that white cloak syndrome, in seeing doctors or seeing those professionals because of those historic events. A lot of the time, identifying those spaces has led to being treated differently or racism, discrimination, and very real fears of child protection being notified. I hear stories all the time of community members being so scared to even take their kids to the doctor sometimes because they've had a fall and they might have a few bruises, and really genuinely concerned if that's going to lead to child protection removing those kids. And so having Aboriginal health in Aboriginal hands is crucial for positive engagement in these services. And hopefully we can limit the reactive responses we have and see community being proactive in their healthcare. That's something that I'm really passionate about, and I think if we can give community all the information to make those informed choices and informed decisions, then we've got to be doing something right. And so we've also been supporting breast screening through initiatives like the Beautiful Shawl Project. So this photo up the top here, that shawl was an artwork that's actually by our chairperson. And so women engaged in breast screening and were able to wear that as a bit of a modesty shawl and something to make them feel a little bit more comfortable in an otherwise uncomfortable screening session. And I know for a fact there were women who only engaged in that service for the first time, even though they had family history of breast cancer, because they were getting that shawl. And so initiatives like that do really help with that health promotion and getting the word out there. Like I mentioned, we've got our elder care support, and we also do have an Aboriginal Disability Support Officer who supports community in accessing the NDIS, can help in preparing the paperwork that they need, coordinating with the support coordinators, and navigating this ever-changing system, this ever-changing space of the NDIS. And so she does have a wait list at the moment, and we're trying to get more funds to get another worker to support her with that workload. We can support with access to general practitioners. We can improve chronic disease care and also support clients that have COVID-19, so dropping off food parcels, things like that. If they need medications, we can coordinate that. And coming very soon, we'll have physiotherapy and diabetes educators. Go to the next slide, please. So part of our holistic model of care is our groups and having them as those soft referral points. And we really try to make sure we have something for people of all ages, going from our little burais with the play group all the way up to our elders with initiatives like Earth, Heart, Spirit for our women in community and the Cup of Yarns program, which is literally just a drop-in centre on a Monday morning. Literally come in, have a cuppa, have a chat with our elder care support coordinator, and we'll see if there's anything that you need. We have our youth club, which is actually on tonight, and we did just launch, on tomorrow night, sorry, and we did just launch our Kilsyth Youth Club last night for the first time, which was very exciting. Our Healesville-based youth club are working on a very exciting project at the moment. The kids are writing their own song, and then they're going to be filmed in a music video that will showcase at the Yarra Rangers Reconciliation Week event in start of June. And so they're loving that at the moment, and really making sure that these kids feel empowered, feel confident in sharing their culture, that there's no shame in being confident in themselves, you know, and getting up there, giving things a go, doing things outside their comfort zone, really trying to support that from a young age. And we see that ripple effect where they share that knowledge on with their friends at school or even with their parents. You know, a lot of the times their parents missed out on that when they were going through schooling. It was very different times. Culture wasn't talked about. It wasn't okay to share it. It wasn't safe to share it. And so these kids are now kind of knowledge keepers in their families and teaching their parents, which is beautiful to see. We have our Deadly Young Leaders program for high school age young people. We're trying to alternate activities between physical and then something kind of creative or artsy. So this term they're doing Muay Thai at Upper Yarra High School, and then the artsy activity is actually learning about career pathways into the tattoo industry. So a lot of our young people have gone online and bought their own tattoo machines. Yeah. And we're all about harm minimisation. Okay, if you're going to have it, you're going to have it, but at least learn how to do it hygienically. If you're actually interested in it as a career pathway, learn about how you actually get into that. Instead of tattooing whatever you think about on your body, actually try to design something that you might like looking at for the rest of your life. And so, you know, really trying to make sure that we're thinking of different initiatives that these teens will like, because they've been our hardest group to engage coming out of COVID. They've been very, very difficult. Our craft group, this is actually something that organically formed. We did not create it. We don't fund it. We just provide the space and the tea and coffee. But a bunch of women in community wanted to gather and wanted to craft and create. And so we provide this space on a Friday, and they just come, they bring their own supplies, they have a yarn. Sometimes it's 2 hours, sometimes it's 3 hours. And so that was actually something that came out of lockdown. And we noticed that, you know, that was the biggest theme, and we've seen it throughout all the presentations today, is that need for connection, you know, and how healing that connection can be in times of stress. And then we support cultural men's groups, so supporting access to those, and we do Welcome Baby to Country events, as well as NAIDOC activities, Sorry Day initiatives, community Christmas celebrations, supporting Reconciliation Week events, and lots of other things. One other part of my role, other than the event side of things, is I actually get to go out to organisations and deliver cultural training. And so I have a few different packages that I can do. The first one is our cultural guidelines presentation. So that's, you know, for people that are really new in the space or people that maybe have a limited knowledge. And it is very place-based knowledge. It is real stories. I have my mother's story of being a stolen generation survivor, and then you get to hear my experience of being a daughter of stolen generation survivor. And so really trying to put faces to these experiences. And then the follow-up to that is our How to Be an Ally workshop. And newly created is Yarning About Child Safety through a cultural lens, and so looking at child safe standards as well. And so that's another way that we can help support external organisations, mainstream services to develop their cultural awareness, their cultural literacy, and hopefully support better engagement from community in those spaces. So we'll jump to the next slide, please. This one I did get proper fancy on. So this takes me to our storm recovery project. So in 2021, We obviously went through those July storms that really wreaked a lot of havoc in this area. And we had community that were without power for weeks. We had flooded roads, we had trees down everywhere, houses damaged, so much happening. And so we were able to get initial funding from, at the time, Department of Health and Human Services in the storm recovery space. And initially, I think they had a bit of an idea of what that would look like in very practical supports in, fixing fences if they were broken, replacement of items if they were lost, things like that. But we were able to negotiate a bit more flexibility around that. And so from the inception of the way that we delivered that, we really kind of created our own storm recovery model in that space. And we were able to support 28 families and approximately 80 people within those families through that time with that flexibility and that more holistic model of care and response and recovery. Jump to the next one, please. So what did we do? Like I said, we had that holistic model of support. So we did do those practical things. We replaced fridge items that were lost because of the blackouts. We delivered food parcels. I remember the day after the storms, my mum and I, she was working at the organisation at the time, running around everywhere, dropping off different food parcels, also hygiene products, sanitary items, things like that, anything that community might need, and just checking in on them to see if they were all right, because the phones were still down. You know, they couldn't call up to let us know, so we just dropped in and we just checked in on everyone. We replaced some small electrical goods. We also supported some community if they needed internet, so getting those little portable kind of dongles and things like that, with prepaid like 100 gig or whatever on those. We were able to support some accommodation expenses overnight at campsites and things. Mould removal as well. But then we also did those supports of allowing community to access the SP AusNet payments that a lot of them actually weren't even aware of. Because again, internet's down, there was no signal on your phones. So a lot of this information was online to access. And there hadn't been anything that had gone out previous, like in the event of, this is how you can access these supports. Access to social emotional wellbeing supports, and then access to our group activities. So Earth, Heart, Spirit for our, at the time that was open up to men and women. And predominantly it was our older ones in community, our elders accessing. We did have a couple of younger ones go into that. But again, it was about connection. So we were doing food programs, we were doing cultural workshops, we were having wills sessions. So some people from this realised, actually, I need to have my will ready. And so we connected with ECLC, Eastern Community Legal Centre, and ran will workshops with the lawyers for free, no charge, and getting community geared up and ready in the event of, you know, something happening. And our Tucker Bag Food Security Program continued to run. We were running this all through lockdown as well. This was something that, because we were providing this food security program and because we were a community-controlled health organisation, able to continue operations during lockdown. But it is something that, even though we had the power cut and even though we lost frozen fridge items, we went out and purchased more so we could deliver Tucker bags and deliver extra food security to community, because we were able to get power back not too long after the first disruption, but we had community that literally were out for weeks, and they would come in just to charge their phones and have a warm cup of tea even. And like I said, the craft group, that just self-organised. That just developed at that time. We have no control over it. Those ladies will gather regardless of what we say. And so that was a really beautiful thing to see, and allowing community that space to tell us what they needed, and you know, following that up and really honouring that self-determination and that autonomy at that time. So if we jump to the next slide, here are some things that we think could improve for future extreme weather events. So engaging local ATCHOs in the planning process from the get-go, and having that co-design, as it's been mentioned earlier today, and having more initiatives like this where we can share and we can actually have these open conversations and learn from one another. recognising the contributions from your local community-controlled organisations, the supports that were immediately provided after these events. So we immediately, without anyone asking us, responded to our community needs, and it's because obviously we had that rapport with our community, and we are all local based, so we were all also experiencing these things too. We, you do what you got to do for your community, and so acknowledging that and thinking about that and planning for the future, and so being aware that we do provide food security and that operates under reconciliation model. So there could have been more people that we could have helped locally with that food security if they knew where to go. And again, getting that information out ahead of time before these events happen and not just online. More widespread communications regarding relief access points before extreme weather events. That's the really big one. I think as well as someone who worked all through COVID and had to go through police checks at Coldstream every day and every night coming back, and how triggering that was, support and healing for the workers. Because like I said, we all live locally, so we were also experiencing these things, but still turning up to work to deliver these supports for community as well. And we hadn't really stopped because we'd been constantly adapting with every lockdown and every change and every limitation, and exploring new ways that we could support our community, or ways that community engagement looked in that crazy pandemic climate. And most importantly, what's up and coming, and what's something that will affect a lot of people and not just Indigenous community members, that hasn't been communicated enough, is that there will be a cancellation of the 3G network this year, with Telstra advertising 30th of June, them stopping access to the 3G network, and Optus in September of this year. So within our footprint, our catchment, it's estimated 760,000, there we go, people in our catchment will be affected by this, and particularly a lot of our elders in community, they don't necessarily have the money or the funds to get the most current phones that are on the 5G network. A lot of them are operating from older phones or cheaper phones and things like that that do utilise that 3G. And this means they're not going to be able to call 000 regardless if the signal's working. They're not going to be able to use medical alarms and get assistance if they're in an extreme medical crisis or conditions, and I haven't seen anything advertising around this. This is something that we've recently been trying to get the word out about. But definitely if we're talking about future planning, this is something really practical right now that we can start doing, is having better communication, better promotion about this, and being able to support consumers that are on those older phones or older plans connected to that 3G network, either if we've got brokerage to replace those phones, if we're able to support payment plans to access newer phones that are on those newer systems that aren't getting shut off, and then also just communicating that this is happening, because June 30, that's right around the corner. Like, that's happening any day now. So there's some of the things that we learned through delivering our storm recovery program, and also a little bit about what we do. If you guys are curious, if we jump to the next slide, we've got details on how you can connect with us. So we're all across Facebook, Instagram. We have an awesome new website designed by our communications coordinator. Check that one out. And otherwise, you can call into our Badger Creek Road site. This one down here, Mount Dandenong Road, Kilsyth, it's a bit of a maze to get to, and like I said, we haven't officially opened that yet, but we will be having a launch of that when we're ready to, and we're very excited to hopefully see you guys there. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening to me, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Nikki. Here we go. The tallest. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Nikki, for that amazing presentation. You're going to do an unbelievable job. So for those who don't know, I'm Nelson Aldridge. I'm a proud Tanarong man. Tanarong country is up over the Great Dividing Range. Werringilum, Bullock and Yarranilum were my tribes before. In the 1860s, like many other Indigenous people, we were taken out to Corranderk, and my family, my direct line has been in Hillsville ever since. The house that my great-great-great-grandmother built still stands across the road from the CFA. So I've got a deep connection to this place. And I'm also the Cultural Recovery Coordinator at Yarra Ranges Council, based in the Indigenous Development Team. I've been in that team for 5 years now, but I work closely with the recovery and emergency management teams. It's a real privilege to be able to stand here after all these deadly presenters today and close out our symposium. I suppose I should acknowledge country, as it is the reason we are really gathered here for today. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the lands of the Woiwurrung people here on beautiful Wurundjeri country, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and pay my respects to all Indigenous people, especially in the room here today. And also, most importantly, pay my respects to the non-Indigenous people, because reconciliation is a journey we must take together. So I've got a few thank yous to get through first, and the first one is to Auntie Lee Jones on her incredible job as the MC today. We truly value you so much, Auntie. Can we just please have a round of applause for Auntie? Unbelievable. Thank you, Aunt. To Auntie Aileen Monta and Buzzy Hewitt, thank you so much for sharing your stories and thoughts around those Black Summer fires and your insights on the impact it had on mob and country. To Dr. Carly Atkinson and Ash Dargan, thank you for sharing your knowledge around the impacts of trauma and that the effects of deity and deep listening have a critical role to play in healing. And Ash, your music, as always, is deeply moving and transportive. And that's the first time I've ever seen you use the little box, and that was incredible. I actually felt like breaking out, having a bit of a dance on a bit of a hip-hop vibe there. I didn't mind it, bros. Andrew Peters, so grateful for our relationship and the reciprocity, if you said what I did there, that brings. I actually wrote down also Andrew, go Pies, because I knew he would not get through his presentation with one, mentioning Richmond, and two, having a jab at Collingwood. So I thought I have to put that in there, but thanks. To Leighton Lee, the fire stick journey is one of our biggest passions here in Yarra Ranges. Cultural burning is a key to healthy landscapes in the future. The knowledge and wisdom you and Fire Stick so graciously give to our country is always appreciated. And lastly, but not least, Una. You guys do an incredible job in local community and pave the way for other Aboriginal organisations. And of course, Nikki, you always speak so well and capture the voice of community. So today we've heard a lot about Indigenous knowledge systems and how Aboriginal culture, history and heritage is the history, heritage and culture of all of us who call this land, this country, our home. As you can see, this way of being, this way of knowing and doing that we've heard about today can bring about a significant shift in the way we respond to each other, and particularly how we respond to country in the face of natural disaster. So it's clear that Aboriginal knowledge systems can, should and need to play a major part in the way that we respond to natural disaster. The Aboriginal values that elders such as Arnie Dot Peters consistently promote, such as respect, caring and sharing, are values that can and should underpin our relief and recovery practice. Aboriginal values and knowledge systems have the capacity to build resilience in not only our relief and recovery procedures, but in communities and in landscapes. We're aware of the strong thirst for Aboriginal culture and knowledge in our communities. This has become evident through the number of yarning circles and mainstream community groups we've run, particularly the Dad's Bush playgroup sessions, where Dreamtime stories were told, to find that they had a profound healing effect on all those participating. These are the stories that are in the land, and by making them visible, by sharing them, we're bringing healing to people and to country. I'm lucky that at Yarra Ranges Council, reconciliation and cultural safety are highly valued and inform a broader organisational culture of respect, caring and sharing. This level of cultural awareness has been fundamental in providing the necessary wraparound supports for bringing Indigenous perspectives into the emergency management and recovery teams. The teams are reporting life-changing experiences with both professionally and personally. This has also happened with external emergency relief and recovery agencies, such as VicPol, Red Cross, DFFH, ERV and DECA, just to name a few. The sessions that I've been able to run for internal and external stakeholders is making those people aware of the principles of trauma-informed care and practices that increase the efficacy of relief and recovery processes. In other words, by bringing a deep awareness of the determinants of trauma to emergency relief and recovery agencies, better access to vital emergency services by Aboriginal communities can occur. This is critical for the well-being of communities and landscapes. Through the process of creating change based on Aboriginal ways of knowing, I've been able to embed key cultural recovery priorities from Aboriginal community into the municipal recovery plan. This is bringing about real change. However, while all sounds good and is progressive, we still have a long way to go. Our long-term goal is to build a strong community of practice with connections locally, regionally and nationally, where we're collectively putting country, and when I say country, I'm referring to the awareness of ourselves in every element of the natural world around us as a oneness, as the same thing, at the front of our disaster response practices. I've got a couple of things I'd like to leave you with today. But the first thing is that as Aboriginal people, we have commitments to our ancestors. In our role of stewardship in caring for every element of the natural world around us, underpinning our sense of knowing, being and doing, is the primary understanding that healthy country does mean healthy people. And that for over 60,000 plus years, Aboriginal people looked after this land, and in return, the land actually looked after them back. I've been reminded to remind you that there will be an evaluation. So if you could please, graciously respond and give us your thoughts and feedback, that would be wonderful. But this isn't an event that, we're so gracious that you've come to our event today and you've had a great day and you're going to leave and, drive safe and all that. This isn't an event where you're just going to go and just go back to your life and do everything that you've been doing. This is a really good opportunity for you to showcase what you've learned here today and hit the ground and what's next. What are you going to do? And by you, yes, I mean every one of you in here. What are you going to do in your community, with your organisations? You've heard a lot about today about give us the keys. Sit up the front of the bus with us, but let us drive. Let us drive that bus. Please trust us. You've heard how much the community needs to be heard. So what are you going to do with your organisation? But not only your organisation, but what are you going to do personally? I'm sure this has had a deep effect on everyone today. It's had a deep effect on me. So what are you going to do when you leave here today? How are you going to help embed change by looking after country? Thank you all for being here today. It's been a great day. I'm extremely tired. It's been a big couple of months. I'd like to thank the teams and the people who have helped me out. And I'm really sorry, Sammy, I forgot to mention, but your welcome to country was beautiful and exactly how this event needed to be started today. I'm so proud of you and so humbled, just grateful to work with you as well. We're going to stick around for a bit after the event, so if you want to come up and have a chat, please feel free. But again, thank you everyone. I hope you had a great day.